These inside dopesters of the upper middle class should be contrasted with those found in small towns and rural areas who are in easy contact with their local and even state officials. In the small towns, social distance between the politically influential and the non-influential is small, and very little in the machinery of government is opaque. The telephone party line on which everybody listens may be thought of as symbolizing this. Though ordinarily these people can muster quite a bit of indignation over the local issues, this is not always the case, and we find occasional small-town and rural people who, bringing to politics the cosmopolitan style of the other directed types, give a good imitation of urban inside dopesters. Point 6. Actually, the distinction between the inside dopester and the indifferent is often hard to draw. This may serve as another illustration of the point made earlier, that there are striking similarities between the tradition-directed and the other-directed. Both groups feel helpless vis-a-vis politics, and both have resorted to varieties of fatalism which the inner-directed moralizer would sternly reject. However, there are important differences. The inside dopester, unlike the indifferent, is subordinate to a peer group in which politics is an important consumable and in which the correct, that is, the unemotional attitude toward one's consumption is equally important. The new style indifferent can take politics or leave it alone, while the inside dopester is tied to it by motivations hardly less compelling than those of the moralizer. The inside dopester does bring to politics a certain kind of realism that the moralizer often lacked. The notion of transcending the inevitable never arises for the inside dopester. As spectator, as well as operator, he has a very good idea of what the limits are. He does not set his sights very high. The other-directed man has carried what are essentially political skills into many areas outside of formal political science as defined by the moralizer, for example, into the field of city planning and labor management relations. Moreover, as against the oversimplifications of many moralizers, the inside dopesters include a core of specialists who know much more than the often narrowly partisan indignants and enthusiasts even in the days of their power, let alone in the days of their wane. Many people, not only specialists, have become accustomed to thinking in world political terms, and cross-cultural terms, such as were hardly to be found amid the ethnocentrisms or world brotherhood idealisms of even a generation ago. In the 19th century, most journalistic treatments of international politics drew on such parochial slogans as national honor in the case of Mason and Slidell, for instance, or the Maine. Today, however, the mass media, although with many exceptions, appear to discuss world politics in terms made familiar by psychological warfare, and events are interpreted for their bearing on the propaganda of one side or the other. The public is often asked to support a policy because such support, in a kind of self-manipulative balancing act, will influence public opinion. Such arguments can only be made because of the heightened understanding, in an era increasingly dependent on other direction, of psychological forces in politics. Some may find current talk about our way of life reminiscent of discussions of national honor. But the change is not merely one of phrasing. National honor could be a hypocritical phrase to cover such clear-cut class interests as led to our invasion of Haiti, or it could be grouped with the various internal xenophobias of the 19th century. Yet however vague the content of the phrase, what it demanded of the national enemy was quite specific. Our way of life, on the other hand, has many more psychological connotations. It is fairly specific in domestic content but highly unspecific as to what the consequences in foreign policy are, or should be, of this slogan. National honors sometimes straitjacketed our foreign policy by establishing a moral beachhead we were neither willing nor prepared to defend. As against this, our way of life gives almost no moral guidance to foreign policy, which seems, therefore, to be left to realpolitik. Only seems to be, however. For just as the phrase national honor calls to mind a Victorian form of hypocrisy, so the phrase our way of life reminds us that the other-directed man conceals from himself as well as from others such morality as he possesses by taking refuge in seemingly expediential considerations. A young veteran interviewed in 1947 by the University of Michigan Survey Research Center, when asked whether he thought the United States had given in or had its own way too much in the United Nations, replied, This will sound funny, but I think we are getting our own way too much. Why do you say that? He was questioned. Because we don't want the other nations to feel that we are trying to take over their countries. They know that Russia wants that, and I think that's why there is so much argument. But if they feel we are trying to grab, they won't trust us either, and then we won't be able to steer this whole program, which is what I think we should do. So when we don't get what we want and the headlines say we have been beaten on something, I think that's really good, because it makes the other countries feel that we're just like them and that we are having troubles too. That would make them more sympathetic to us and more friendly. Point 7. Psychological understanding such as this represents a real advance. The moralizer would not ordinarily have been capable of such subtleties, or interested in them. Many important questions remain. Why do so many peer groups in which the other-directed move continue to put politics on their bill of fare, and why is it that fashion does not, as it has with many intellectuals, substitute something else, for instance, religion? What should surprise us in America is not the number of the indifferents, but why their number is not greater still, and why people hang on as moralizers and seek to inform themselves as inside dopesters. I suggest as a partial explanation that the mass media of communication play a complex part in the training and sustaining of people, of appropriate character, in both these latter styles. The media are at the same time continuous bringers of information and tutors in tolerance for would-be inside dopesters, and tutors and provocateurs in indignation for would-be moralizers. 9. Political persuasions, indignation and tolerance. The supermarket that offers the shopper the subtle, psychological values will have a better chance to build a profitable customer following than one which depends solely on low price and good quality merchandise. G. L. Clements, Vice President and General Manager of the Jewel Food Stores of Chicago, asserted here today. In determining how to provide psychological values attractive to the customer, Mr. Clements said he thought a business should seek to develop the same traits that we like in our friends. He outlined these traits as being cleanliness, up-to-date appearance, generosity, courtesy, honesty, patience, sincerity, sympathy, and good-naturedness. Each store operator, he said, should ask himself whether his store has these traits. Mr. Clements asserted that in seeking to understand the psychological forces motivating customers, we might start out by asking the question, do people really know what they want? The answer to the question indicates that people do not know what they want, Mr. Clements said. But they do know what they like or do not like, he asserted. From the report of the 12th Annual Convention of the Super Market Institute, New York Herald Tribune, May 10, 1949. The inner-directed moralizer brings to politics an attitude derived from the sphere of production. The other-directed inside dopista brings to politics an attitude derived from the sphere of consumption. Politics is to be appraised in terms of consumer preferences. Politicians are people, and the more glamorous, the better. Moreover, in imitation of the marketplace, politics becomes a sphere in which the manner and mood of doing things is quite as important as what is done. This corresponds with the other-directed man's tendency to put more emphasis on means than the inner-directed man did, and less emphasis on ends. The mass media of communication are perhaps the most important channels between the other-directed actors on the stage of politics and their audience. The media criticize the actors and the show generally, and both directly and indirectly train the audience in techniques of political consumership. The direct training media are those which are openly political, such as the modern descendants of the Springfield Republican or the New York Tribune, and a very small number of old-time newspapers, with their inner-directed moralizing editorializers. Much larger and more influential are the media of indirect training. They include the whole range of contemporary popular culture from comic books to television. They dominate the use of leisure in all American classes except at the very top and perhaps also the very bottom, and their influence is very great in creating the styles of response compatible with other direction. Although the pattern of this influence is complex, it may be summed up in three tentative generalizations. First, since popular culture is in essence a tutor in consumption, It teaches the other-directed man to consume politics and to regard politics and political information and attitudes as consumer goods. They are products, games, entertainments, recreations, and he is their purchaser, player, spectator, or leisure time observer. Second, the media, by their very sensitivity to pressure, have a stake in tolerance. But even where they are moralizers in intention, the mood of the audience of peer groupers will cause the indignant message to be received in an unindignant way. This attitude of the audience, moreover, leads to an emphasis not on what the media say in terms of content but on the sincerity of the presentation. This focus on sincerity, both in popular culture and in politics, leads the audience tolerantly to overlook the incompetence of performance. Third, while there is a significant residue of inner-directed moralizing in American political news coverage and editorializing, it slows down but does not halt the persuasions exercised by popular culture in favor of other-directed tolerance and passivity. Politics as an object of consumption. The other-directed man's inability to know what he wants, while being preoccupied with what he likes as observed by the retailer quoted at the head of the chapter applies to politics as well as to other spheres of life. In contrast to this, the inner-directed man, in those spheres of life, such as politics, that he identified with work, knew what he wanted but did not really allow himself to know what he liked. A striking illustration of this is to be found in a group of interviews conducted in the newly built suburb of Park Forest near Chicago. Park Forest is a development of a federally aided private concern called American Community Builders. The homes are rented to occupants, and the ACB retains the financial functions of government, in cooperation with a sort of town council of residents. Residents were asked in the interviews how they felt about ACB, and what part, if any, they took in local politics, including griping and gossip. Many had complaints about their living quarters and community arrangements generally. What was noteworthy was that these complaints were frequently put in terms of the allegedly and, as it appeared, actually bad public relations of ACB. That is, direct criticism, based on the residents' wants and feelings, was muted. Rather, they were criticized because their public relations were so mishandled as to leave people other than the speaker critical. In effect, people were complaining not about their direct grievances but because they had not been so manipulated as to make them like it. Their wants, in concrete living arrangements, took second place to their likes, as to the proper degree of skill deemed suitable for a large organization. Point 1. Under these conditions of passive consumership we would expect people to drop out of the league of inside dopists into the great mass of the new style indifference. Left to themselves, perhaps many would do so. But they are not left to themselves. The mass media act as a kind of barker for the political show. These have discovered one sovereign remedy, glamour, to combat the danger of indifference and apathy. Just as glamour in sex substitutes for both love and the relatively impersonal family ties of the tradition-directed person, and just as glamour in packaging and advertising of products substitutes for price competition, so glamour in politics, whether as charisma packaging of the leader or as the hopped-up treatment of events by the mass media, substitutes for the types of self-interest that govern the inner-directed. In general, wherever we see glamour in the object of attention, we must suspect a basic apathy in the spectator. The result of the search for glamour in politics is the effort, not dissimilar to that of the retailer quoted above, to provide psychological values attractive to the customer. And, as Mr. Clements told the Supermarket Institute, the values are the same traits that we like in our friends, namely cleanliness, up-to-date appearance, generosity, courtesy, honesty, patience, sincerity, sympathy, and good-naturedness. Many of the maneuverings of politics can be interpreted in these terms. In 1948, Truman was felt to lack the up-to-date appearance, Dewey, the sincerity, sympathy, and good-naturedness. Eisenhower seemed irresistibly attractive on all these scores. He had everything. People wanted a candidate with both appeals, and the spontaneous elements in the Eisenhower movement were to a large degree a tribute to people's desperate search for glamour. The Eisenhower supporters in the 1948 campaign were saying, in effect, that a candidate who has everything whom one could wholeheartedly like would surely know what one needed. Where likable qualities are less evident than with Eisenhower, people try hard to find a candidate with charm. To be sure, this was true in earlier eras, but I think it likely that this style of political appeal has been growing steadily in the United States in the radio age. For even the hard-headed political bosses in America have learned, enduring their experience of Franklin Roosevelt, to take these appeals into account. The wider the electorate, of course, the more glamour tends to displace issues or old-fashioned considerations of patronage. But this is as yet only a tendency. I do not mean to suggest that people now ignore their wants in voting their likes, or that an understanding of the other-directed character will help us predict elections better than an understanding of economic currents, ethnic traditions, and political organization. 2. The media as tutors in tolerance. There are several reasons why the mass media of communication develop an attitude of tolerance that becomes the mode of experiencing and viewing everything, including politics. The most powerful factor making for this slant is the sheer size of the audience. The press, though less terrorized than the movies, is subject to a variety of pressures brought by groups seeking protection from attack, and these pressures are internalized in the very structure of management and distribution of the media. Again, the larger the scope of the medium, the more likely it is to be edited and produced in a large metropolitan center where the pressures toward other-directed tolerance are greatest. While freer from pressure of advertisers and local cranks than small-town editors and broadcasters, and, in general, often considerably more daring, big city media with a city-wide audience cannot help being aware of those attitudes that may offend their complex constituencies. Whereas the early 19th century editor could gamble on a crusade that might bring him both a libel suit and a circulation, the 20th century publisher often cannot afford to let his editor gamble even on an increased circulation. Like the modern corporation generally, he wants a relatively inflexible demand curve for his product. He cannot risk sharp losses of circulation and often not sharp increases either, since his managers have guaranteed his circulation to the advertisers, planned his paper supply, and committed him to newspaper guild contracts and distributive relationships long in advance. Obviously, moreover, as the one-paper towns and cities grow in number, the owner-monopolist has little to gain by attacking a powerful group. He will prefer the comforts of fair trade, as enshrined in the American Newspaper Publishers Association or the Broadcasters Code, to the risks of free trade in punches and ideas. Hence, all other things being equal, the larger the scope of the medium, the more it tends to be produced and consumed in a mood of other-directed tolerance and the less it makes an appeal to the indignants. Indeed, since the chief strategy of the media as tutors of consumption is to introduce and rationalize changes, enrichments, or discontinuities in conventional tastes and styles, the media have a stake in tolerance of taste. They cannot afford to have people overcommitted to a taste that they may want to change tomorrow. But it is hardly likely that they are aware of this perhaps most fundamental aspect of their commitment to tolerance. On the other hand, the very intolerance of some of the older captains of the press and radio, ambitious men with a message, allows them, and the editorializing commissars they encourage, to take a tough approach, to find and hold an audience among all those indifferent and maladjusted people who seek not political news but excitement and diversion from their apathy. Hearst, McCormick, Gannett, Shepard of the Yankee Network. Such men want power through the press and radio, rather than money or approval. Yet their audiences are made up not primarily of political indignants but of political news-style indifferents would-be inside dopists who are attracted by the impiety of Hearst, the Chicago Tribune, and especially the New York Daily News, because this sort of news handling seems to promise them the unfaked inside story. Having been trained to associate piety with the official culture of sermon, school, and print, they take whatever appears by contrast to be sophisticated, brutal, illegal, or mysterious as true almost by definition and think the editor sincere for letting them in on it. Tolerance and the cult of sincerity. The exploration of what is meant by sincerity will take us far toward understanding the ways in which popular culture trains its audience in tolerance. We must remind ourselves that sincerity is one of the qualities by which a retail store may hold a loyal clientele, according to Mr. Clemence's remarks quoted above. Point 2. In a study of attitudes toward popular music, we find again and again such statements as, "I like Dinah Shore because she's so sincere," or, "That's a very sincere record," or, "You can just feel Frank Sinatra is sincere." While it is clear that people want to personalize their relationships to their heroes of consumption and that their yearning for sincerity is a grim reminder of how little they can trust themselves or others in daily life, it is less clear just what it is that they find sincere in a singer or other performer. Point 3. One element may be the apparent freedom of the entertainer to express emotions that others cannot or dare not express. Again, sincerity means performance in a style which is not aggressive or cynical, which may even be defenseless, as the question-answering or press conference technique of some politicians appears to be. The performer puts himself at the mercy of both his audience and his emotions. Thus, sincerity on the side of the performer evokes the audience's tolerance for him. It would not be fair to be too critical of the person who has left himself wide open and extended the glad hand of friendliness. But the popular emphasis on sincerity means more than this. It means that the source of criteria for judgment has shifted from the content of the performance and its goodness or badness, aesthetically speaking, to the personality of the performer. He is judged for his attitude toward the audience, an attitude which is either sincere or insincere, rather than by his relation to his craft, that is, his honesty and skill. By ignoring what the audience believes itself to lack, ability to perform, and emphasizing the qualities that it believes itself secretly to possess, capacity for sincerity, the audience is enabled, to a degree, to patronize the artist just as it patronizes the bumbling participants in a giveaway show. It may well be, too, that the audience that emphasizes an emotional quality of a performer, such as sincerity, escapes from the need for emotional response to the performance itself. Though the listener likes a star who, as the teenager says, can send me, he does not want to go very far. He has his membership card in the Consumers Union to consider. By making sincerity appear as an objective quality, or at least one capable of discussion in the peer group, he gets some emotional release while preserving safety in numbers. He can give the little girl a hand without committing himself to a judgment on her virtuosity. In this sense, the sincere artist is like the artist who tries hard. Viewing the political scene as a market for comparable emotions, it seems that the appeal of many of our political candidates tends to be of this sort. Forced to choose between skill and sincerity, many in the audience prefer the latter. They are tolerant of bumbles and obvious ineptness if the leader tries hard. Point 4. Sincerity and cynicism. The other directed inside Dopester is far from being simply a cynic. Cynicism is a trait compatible with both inner direction and other direction, but it has a different bearing in the two constellations. The inner-directed cynic is or can be an opportunist, ruthless in pursuing his goals. Or he may be a disgruntled idealist, still in practice committed to rectitude. In pursuit of his aims, good or bad, he may be quite ready to exploit others, just as the inner-directed moralizer may be quite ready to force others to be moral, too. However, the other-directed person, cynical as he often seems, is generally too dependent on others to be completely cynical about them. He may keep looking for sincerity, that is, for personalities who, if they exploit his emotions, will also involve their own. The desire for a sincere presidential candidate, such as Eisenhower, is then in part a desire to escape from cynicism and apathy into commitment and enthusiasm, an excuse for the return of repressed qualities. What appears here as cynicism is frequently the readiness of the other-directed person tolerantly to accept the norms of whatever adult peer group he is in. But this limp acceptance is rather a source for his cynicism about himself than for his cynicism about others to whom he clings in search of goals. In fact, the other-directed man's cynicism about himself is one of the principal reasons that, while he is willing to say what he likes, he cannot believe in himself enough to know what he wants. The inner-directed man, when he looks at politics, is likely to be exceedingly cynical about people but not cynical about institutions, constitutions, and, as we saw earlier, the value of politics itself. By contrast, the other directed man, somewhat sentimental about people, is likely to be quite cynical about legal and political institutions, just as he is about the great game of politics itself. Coupled with this outlook, his concern for sincerity in political personalities becomes a vice. While the concern for sincerity may imply a refusal to be taken in by any abstract notions of good and bad, along with an insistence that the personal emotional tone of the leader is of decisive importance, there are many situations where this orientation leads one astray. In the first place, the leader's warmth or sincerity is not always important, that depends on the situation. The structure of politics and of the electorate may be sufficiently firm to make it unlikely that an insincere candidate could bring about great evils even if he wished to. The other directed person, focused on people as he is, may overlook such institutional hardness of the material. Thus, just as the moralizer romanticizes a government of laws and not of men, the inside dopester romanticizes a government of men and not of laws. In the second place, it is obviously most difficult to judge sincerity. While the audience which uses the term sincerity thinks that it is escaping, in its tolerant mood, from the difficulty of judging skills, it is actually moving into a domain of considerably greater complexity. Just because such a premium is put on sincerity, a premium is put on faking it. Plainly, it is the other directed person's psychological need, not his political one, that dictates his emphasis on warmth and sincerity. For leadership, the ability to be disagreeable may often be more important. The man who thinks he is sincere, moreover, may deceive himself and others. The man who knows he is not, may watch himself and be watched. 5. 3. Do the media escape from politics? Hollywood's discovery of the Negro problem had given the studios a new cycle, and distributors a tough problem. How would the South take to films denouncing racial prejudice? Having already played 9 profitable weeks in Manhattan, home of the Brave opened in Dallas and Houston. In Dallas, the Negro elevator operator tried to sum up overheard opinion. Well, I'll tell you, 99% of the people say it's educational, the other 1% say it's good. Time, July 18, 1949. Critics of the mass media seem generally to suppose that the media foster political apathy, that they permit and encourage the audience to escape from the political and other realities of life, that, by a kind of Gresham's law, they drive out the hard money of politics with the soft money of mass entertainment. How can Washington, it is sometimes asked, compete with Hollywood and Broadway? Actually, however, the much criticized media, especially the press, seem to have maintained a surprisingly inner-directed attitude toward the political. Indeed, they pay more attention to politics than their audience seems to demand. Even tabloids print headlines and, often, news pictures on the front page, not comics. True, this is often news of sex, crime, and politically irrelevant or distracting exposé, but a few major political topics figure on occasion. Old indignant Hearst liked to print the chief's editorials rather than cheesecake on page 1. Local radio stations with disc jockeys build their self-esteem, and please the FCC, by broadcasting news every hour, which, like the commercials, people do not bother to switch off. Likewise, newsreels usually begin with shots of some political personage or event, postponing L'Oulaire or the fashion show to the end of the reel. Thus many of the agencies of mass communications give political news a larger play than might be dictated by strict considerations of market research. In this way they help maintain the prestige of politics as a presumed interest on the part of their audience, even though, at the same time, they seldom counter the popular stereotype concerning the disreputability of politicians. This position of prestige given to politics is especially important for the other directed person, since he looks to the mass media for guidance in his design for living and hierarchy of values. He is led to assume that other people must rate politics as the mass media themselves do, that they are politically alert moralizers even though he is not. He is also encouraged in this assumption by the polls which the press prints. Save for an inquiring photographer here and there, These polls ask many questions and report many answers about public issues and rather few about daily living or sports. The media, far from being a conspiracy to dull the political sense of the people, could be viewed as a conspiracy to disguise the extent of political indifference. Indeed, people in most walks of life are apologetic if they are not up on politics, men especially so. People do not often make the discovery that others are quite as bored or apathetic about politics, or about other things on which the media confer respectability, as they know themselves to be. In the city, where people do not know each other, the unbelievers could only be aware of how numerous they are through the mass media, but these are the very channels that give politics priority. Point 6. One reason for this is the desire of those who work for the mass media to do what is right or considered to be right by those to whom they look for leadership. Just as publishers want to publish prestige books even though they may lose money on them, under various rationalizations of goodwill, so newspapermen and broadcasters want to raise themselves above the lowest common denominator without fully exploring the potential financial profitability of the latter. The movie king who speaks for mere entertainment feels on the defensive with the bold producer of Home of the Brave and similar problem films. For in fact, those who work in the mass communications industries are, despite the moralizing style with which they approach politics, typically other-directed. The hypersensitive radar that is their meal ticket is tuned in spare moments not to the audience to whom they sell but to the intellectual strata around and above them. These strata are frequently contemptuous of popular culture. Doubtless, a hierarchy among the different kinds of entertainment has always existed. But whereas the hierarchy in earlier days was based, at least to some extent, on criteria of artistry, the hierarchy today seems to be based somewhat more on topic than on mode of treatment. As the audience itself is asked to move on a constantly uptilting gradient of topic and taste, from the comics of childhood to the commentators of adulthood, so the makers of the media, in their own combination of social mobility and ethical uplift, are always impatient to get to the point where in addition to entertaining they are, in terms of topic, educating and improving. As the slicks are more high class than the pulps, so politics is more high class than sex. The sports writer wants to become a political columnist, the nightclub broadcaster moves over first into political chit-chat, then into political fire. Many a newspaper publisher who begins as a no-nonsense businessman ends up as a bit of a political moralizer. Just as the new rich are educated to philanthropy by their associates, so the new entrants into the mass media are educated away from the low commercial motives to ones of more prestige. To take an example, the older pictorial magazines, such as Life and Look and even some of the less well-known ones, have moved steadily away from pictures, away from cheesecake toward art, away from the sensationalism of Sunday supplement journalism toward serious reading matter and political exhorting. Pictures are only the come-on for social issues. It seems, therefore, that the mass media, among their highly complex and ambiguous effects, do help prop up the prestige of the political sphere in the United States, and that within this sphere they have the effect of favoring the older, moralizing political styles. This is more true of the press than of the movies and radio, just as within the press it is more true of certain magazines and newspapers than of others. Nevertheless, despite these good intentions, the total impact of the mass media on the political attitudes of Americans does more to encourage other-directed tolerance than to preserve inner-directed indignation. The sheer emphasis on consumer skills in the mass media, an emphasis that both encourages and caters to the other-directed, has cumulative effects. One of the most basic of these is that the inner-directed types and their interests are driven out of the media in every sphere except that of politics itself. For the reservoir of indignation. Outside of politics, indeed, the mass media offer the indignants a rather scanty fare. The moral issues dealt with in the media are posed in increasingly subtle form, and, as we saw in Chapter 7, they reflect problems mainly of personal relationships. Moreover, the pace of the media is too fast, too sophisticated, for many of the readers who remain inner-directed. What are they to make, for instance, of a Billy Rose column about Broadway morals and mores? How are they to translate the specialized lingos of many comic strips? How can they possibly make sense of the elusiveness of the A-grade problem film? The indignants are apt to find that even horse operas have become pastoral settings for sadism, sex, and social problems, no longer like the old westerns whose chief characters were horses and whose moral problems involved hardly more complicated beings. Soap operas probably seem to casual upper-middle-class listeners to be bathed in lachrymose moralizing. But typically their characters are preoccupied with straightening out a complex web of tenuous emotions, often needing the specialized services of the professional or semi-professional helper. The typical curdled indignant, perhaps especially if male, is simply not interested in such things. We may note the change in popular culture fare in another medium altogether, by remarking the transformation a few years ago of the new Scientific American. The old Scientific American used to be read by inner-directed hobbyists of science, now it has become a slick paper periodical, catering with brilliance and sophistication to the consumers of science, including social science and philosophy. One old subscriber complained that it was no longer edited to be read by men with greasy hands at workbenches. Virtually the only hobby column remaining is the astronomy section. Likewise, we might note that Street and Smith, publishers of such moralizing tales as Alger and Nick Carter, in 1948 killed all but one of their remaining pulps, including detective story, western story, etc., to concentrate on their three booming slicks, Mademoiselle, Charm, and Mademoiselle's Living. What is the barnacled moralizer to do with them? This gnawing deficit of acceptable mass media would perhaps be less troublesome to the moralizer if the world in which he lived still appeared to be inner-directed, to be governed, that is, by an invisible hand. But his own experience of life is often disappointing. He is deprived of a feeling of competence and place. Neither his character nor his work is rewarded. In that situation he tends to turn on both, for he is vulnerable to lack of worldly comprehension even more perhaps than to lack of worldly success and on the world. In a last desperate effort to turn the country back on its inner-directed course in order to make it habitable for him, he is ready to join a political movement whose basic driving force is indignation. A world that refuses him a place, a world that bombards him with messages that make him feel inadequate, may not appear to him worth saving, though his destructiveness may be rationalized by various ideologies. The mass media cater to this attitude in politics, even if they no longer cater to it in other fields. We have seen one reason for this, the fact that many leaders of the media, for prestige and other reasons of their own, espouse a moralizing attitude toward politics rather than an inside-dopistish one. And we have seen another reason, the fact that the media attract and provide an audience for indignant men with a simple message. While most of their readers are new-style indifferents who are titillated by political excitement, some are indignants who find their responses welcomed on the editorial page and in the commentators' columns if nowhere else. Moreover, the indignation of the lords of press, comment, and column is not as ineffective with the other directed readers in their audience as one might suppose at first glance. Many of these have adopted the moralizer style as their own, many more of course are only marginally other-directed. But even the tolerant other-directed person is often fascinated by the indignant's ire, not because it is compatible with his character structure but because it is not. In commercial sports, for instance, he enjoys a rivalry and display of bad temper even if he knows in a way that it is cooked up for his benefit, that is vanishing or banished from other spheres of his life. As a result, displays of aggression and indignation in the arena of politics are popular with all types: indignants, inside-dopisters, and indifferents. "Pour it on, Harry," the crowds shouted to President Truman. As Americans, whatever their class or character, can enjoy boxing or a rodeo, so they still look upon a political brawl as very much a part of their American heritage, despite the trend toward tolerance. This leads us to the important consideration that the nature of the electioneering process encourages the entry of the indignant on his own terms. In campaigning, a tradition of moralizing survives, in competition with the newer search for glamour. The machines, though sensitive to glamour, are also aware, from past defeats, of the political power of the indignants, those who did go fight City Hall. Even other-directed men may vote for moralizing inner-directed politicians because the latter present a more familiar, more dramatized, more seemingly appropriate attitude toward politics. For the indignants have hold of one of the great traditions of American politics, that of asking the government to govern more than it knows how to govern, as with prohibition a latter-day survival of the time when a state like Connecticut, to Tocqueville's astonishment, could not justify putting less than the Hebraic law on its statute books but could not justify enforcing its harsh penal provisions either. In line with this tradition, the indignants of today can strive in politics to get the law on those movements in culture, in literature, the movies, the universities, the libraries that symbolize urban sophistication and tolerance. They are resisted in this effort less by tolerant other-directed types than by inner-directed men for whom tolerance is a moral principle, not a character trait. The most fervent defenders of civil liberties in America draw political strength from their principles and firm convictions, not from their knowledge of who's who in politics. In contrast, the tolerant inside dopister may become objective about intolerance. He knows enough about people to doubt the efficacy of reason or to be sure of his own resistance. His vulnerabilities, as well as his abilities, spring from the fact that he has his eye on the others and not on his own principles or wants. In fact, the other-directed try to defend themselves against the political onslaughts of the indignants by inside operations rather than by counter-moralizing. Disinclined to personal militancy, to getting out on a limb, they put on pressure through groups and associations that speak in their name. As capable handlers of inside tactics and of the process of communication, they are, of course, at home among the mass media, not all of which are controlled by moralizers. They can often put the brakes on what the indignants would like to do. As a clever district attorney can mitigate the fury of a grand jury to whom he has to present an indictment by making a deal with the defendant's lawyer to accept a plea to a lesser offense, so the inside dopister has often, in national and local politics, been able to hold the indignants off with a concession. He can make concessions, since he does not ask of politics that it straighten out the world for him. Indeed, if the indignant asks too much of politics, the tolerant inside dopister asks too little. The moralizers and the inside dopisters taken together are probably a majority among the better educated, but surely a minority of the whole population. However, the inside dopister has little to offer to the indifferents in the way of psychic dividends. His very knowledge leads him to be aware of how little can be accomplished in politics and how fantastic it is to hope to get rid of politics. But in rousing the indifferents, indignation has great possibilities. Not only does it make for a better show, but it also plays on such grievances as the indifferents have. Sometimes these grievances can be brought into the political sphere by an anti-political summons. The hate-filled promises of the indignant may appeal to many of those whose political indifference rests not on the security of tradition direction but on incompetence and affectlessness. From similar sources were rallied many of the early Nazis, a large wing of the de Gaullists, and many other groups in various countries who place themselves above politics, above parties, and above opinions. Such groups attack the more traditionally partisan and politically articulate elements of society and demand freedom from politics from platforms, principles, and parliaments. Such an attitude toward the American party system and pattern of political discourse is not infrequent. Therefore, if at any time the indignants can make a junction with the indifferents, the former can become very powerful. Internally, indignation can draw on great lower-class reserves of nationalism and xenophobia. Externally, indignation may meet counter-indignation, and the congruence of indignants and temporarily aroused indifference may present the tolerant with a seeming fait accompli. And the tolerant inside dopisters, as compared with those who are tolerant from inner-directed principle, are men trained to recognize a fait accompli, not resist it. Long before the tolerant are able to organize politics after their style and their mood, a stampede of the indignant may have brought on an explosion and may have pushed the tolerant cause and the tolerant character into abeyance. In dreams begin responsibilities. I would like, in conclusion, to hazard the suggestion that if the media encouraged, and if its audience could permit itself, more genuine escape, away from it all, Americans would become stronger psychically and more ready to undertake an awakening of political imagination and commitment. By prolonging our present pattern for criticizing the mass media, we make it possible for the media to continue to uphold the prestige of the political even when, as for much of our life at present, the political is devoid of substantial content for one thing, because this very lack of content could only be glimpsed from a less realistic, more fantasy-oriented outlook. The direct impact of the media on political decision may easily become as thin as the impact of the House of Lords on popular opinion in Britain. The serious press refuses to face this situation, and, far from seeking to explore new emotional currents in American life, it strenuously seeks to present to the commons of the media radio, TV, movies, and pulps a hand-me-down agenda of political debate. Since politics is actually less real than the press lords pretend to themselves and their audience that it is, the consumption of political vituperation may easily become more than ever an escape in the usual invidious sense, rationalized by its high, media-based prestige. Thus, the sources in popular art and culture from which eventual political creation may flow are partially dammed up by false considerations of prestige and by the displaced guilts and ethical urges shared by those who control the media and those who, in turn, look to them for a bill of cultural fare. The probabilities are that the media, in their direct, message-bearing impact, are likely to do less either to help or hurt the audience than the controllers of the media and their critics like to think. Awareness of this fact may permit both the controllers and the critics of the media to reorient their attention. They are free, much freer than they realize, to attend to the medium itself, rather than to the message it purveys or is believed to purvey. The movie producer or critic who is concerned mainly with messages, for instance of ethnic tolerance, may actually despise the movies as an art form. The editorializer or social scientist who is concerned only with arousing the electorate may hate the English language because it has become for him a mere tool. The broadcaster who wants to atone for his big salary and sponsors by slipping in a crack against business may have little respect for the aesthetic resources of his medium. In these and other ways, the men who work in radio, film, and fiction tend to give politics, as the press and its uplifters see it, a prestige denied to art, and especially the popular art of the media themselves. There is pathos in this for their personal lives, since it leads them to unwarranted contempt for their own craft. There is irony in this for American politics, since it seems to me that a country which produced artistically first-class movies, papers, and broadcasts no matter what the topic and, indeed, subordinating the whole question of topic would be, politically as well as culturally, a livelier and happier land. Good mass media artists are quite as important, and perhaps even scarcer, than responsible, anti-escapist commentators. X. Images of power. In the United States the more opulent citizens take great care not to stand aloof from the people, on the contrary, they constantly keep on easy terms with the lower classes, they listen to them, they speak to them every day. They know that the rich in democracies always stand in need of the poor, and that in democratic times you attach a poor man to you more by your manner than by benefits conferred. Tocqueville, Democracy in America. There has been in the past 50 years a change in the configuration of power in America, in which a single hierarchy with the ruling class at its head has been replaced by a number of veto groups among which power is dispersed. This change has many complex roots and complex consequences, including the change in political mood from moralizing to tolerance. A clear-cut power structure helped to create the clarity of goals of the inner-directed, an amorphous power structure helps to create the consumer orientation of the other-directed. The leaders and the led. There have been two periods in American history in which a sharply defined ruling class emerged. In the late 18th and early 19th centuries the Federalist leadership, landed gentry and mercantilist money leadership certainly thought of itself as, and was, a ruling group. Long before its leadership was actually dislodged, its power was disputed and, in decisive instances, overruled in the northern and middle states by yeoman farmers and artisans. These latter, having little time or gift for politics, ordinarily left it to their betters, but they retained a veto on what was done and occasionally, as with Jackson, moved into a more positive command. After the Civil War, however, farmers and artisans lost their capacity to check what was done, and the captains of industry emerged as a ruling class. During their hegemony, the images and the actualities of power in America coincided more closely than I think they do today. Captains of industry and captains of consumption. According to this view of the matter, the election of 1896 appears as an historical watershed, the high point of oligarchic rule. In terms of political style, there were moralizers for Bryan and moralizers for McKinley. And there were groups that, whether or not they saw their interests in moral terms, had a clear picture of themselves and of their interests. They, too, responded to the election in an inner-directed way. Only a few people like Brooks Adams, who supported Bryan out of his hatred for the gold bugs, were aware of some of the ambiguities in the positions of both candidates. Certainly, the victorious leaders McKinley, Hanna, and Morgan in their several bailiwicks were not aware of ambiguity. The success of their electoral bid is less important to us than the mood of their undertaking, which was one of conscious leadership, directed by conscious class considerations. This self-conscious leadership took support from the close connection, to which I have already called attention, between politics and work. The world of work was the great world, politics was an extension that could either facilitate work or sabotage it. While bankers and grangers had different notions as to what work politics should do and what leave undone, they agreed as to the primacy of the production side of life. Of course, the political sphere was not devoid of entertainment for the inner-directed man, with its opportunity for cracker-barrel argument, beer drinking, and shirt-sleeved good fellowship by torchlight. It had its occasional uses as a downward escape from the dignities of work and the propertied existence. But the great difference from today is that the leaders went into politics to do a job primarily to assure the conquest of American resources rather than to seek a responsive audience. As Rockefeller sold his oil more by force or cheapness than by brand, so the late 19th century political leader sold his wares, votes or decisions, to the highest bidder. Either cash or morality might bid, but not goodwill as such. This situation and these inner-directed motivations gave a clarity to the political and social scene in 1896 that it does not appear to have had in Tocqueville's day and has not had since. The bullet that killed McKinley marked the end of the days of explicit class leadership. Muckraking and savage political cartooning arts that depend on clarity of line continued for a time and of course have not quite vanished yet. But as the old-time religion depended on a clear image of heaven and hell and clear judgments of good and evil, so the old-time politics depended on a clear class structure and the clear and easily moralized judgments of good and bad that flow from it. It depended, too, and I cannot emphasize the point too much, on an agreement between leaders and led that the work sphere of life was dominant. And because the goals were clear, the obvious job of the leader was to lead, of the led, to follow. Their political cooperation, like their cooperation in industry and agriculture, was based on mutual interests, whether directly moralized or not, rather than on mutual preferences and likings. What I have said must be taken as an ideal typical political portrait of the age, useful by way of contrast to our own times. Actually, the changes are, as always, changes in emphasis and degree, and the portrait would be seriously overdrawn if the reader should conclude that no emotional moods, no cravings for charisma and glamour, eddied about the relations between leaders and led. These relations were not built entirely out of sober moralizing and well-understood economic interests, but occasionally, as Veblen described matters, the captain of industry served to provide the underlying population with personages to admire to the greater spiritual comfort of all parties concerned. Ruling class theories, applied to contemporary America, seem to be spectral survivals of this earlier time. The captain of industry no longer runs business, no longer runs politics, and no longer provides legitimate spiritual comfort. Here and there, it is true, there are survivals. In the booming Southwest, Texas still produces men like Glenn McCarthy, and California produced an old-style lion of the jungle in A.P. Giannini, who was, significantly enough, from a family which lacked the opportunity to educate him for the newer business motivations. Yet even these types are touched by traits that were not nearly so evident in the earlier captains of industry who fascinated Veblen as Lucifer fascinated Milton. Like Henry Kaiser, they depend much more than did the older Magnificos on public opinion and, as a corollary to public opinion, on the attitude of government. To this end they tend to exploit their personalities, or allow them to be exploited, in a way that makes the elder Rockefeller's Ivy League stunt of dime-giving seem as remote as the Fuggers. Much more than their pre-World War I predecessors, then, these surviving captains stay within the limits as well as the possibilities of the economy of the glad hand. If they enter politics they do so because it is a sport or obligation for the rich, or simply because they are tied in with government at every step in their ramifying enterprises. These latter-day captains neither see themselves nor are recognized as political leaders who, by their presence and by what they stand for, clarify and thereby moralize politics. The elder Morgan and his friends thought it was up to them to stop Bryan and to stop the Depression of 1907. No one has taken their place. In the focus of public attention the old captains of industry have been replaced by an entirely new type, the captains of non-industry, of consumption and leisure. Surveys of content in the mass media show a shift in the kinds of information about business and political leaders that audiences ask for. 1 In an earlier day the audience was given a story of the hero's work-minded rise to success. Today, the latter climbing is taken for granted or is seen in terms of the breaks, and the hero's tastes in dress, food, women, and recreation are emphasized. These are, as we have seen, the frontiers on which the reader can himself compete, while he cannot imagine himself in the work role of the President of the United States or the head of a big company. What is more, there is a shift in such biographies from an accent on business leaders to an accent on leaders in consumption. Proportionately, actors, artists, entertainers, get more space than they used to, and the heroes of the office, hustings, and factory get less. These consumers of the surplus product may, in Veblen's terms, provide spiritual comfort by their very skill in consumption. The glamour of such heroes of consumption may reside in their incompetence in the skills of business-like performance and, as we have seen, in some cases their wholly personal sincerity may do duty in place of more objective artistic criteria. But, of course, these captains of consumption are not leaders. They are still only personalities, employed to adorn movements, not to lead them. Yet the actual leaders have much in common with them. For an illustration we can turn to a recent American leader, undoubtedly a leader who shared many characteristics of the artist and entertainer, Franklin D. Roosevelt. We are accustomed to thinking of him as a man of great power. Yet his role in leading the country into war was very different from that of McKinley or even of Wilson. Think of McKinley pacing the floor of his study, deciding whether or not to ask for a declaration of war on Spain when he already knew that Spain would capitulate. McKinley felt it was up to him, so did Wilson. Roosevelt felt he could only maneuver within very narrow limits, limits which came close to leaving the decision to the enemy. Again, if we compare his activities during the war years with those of Churchill, we can see important differences. Churchill led the British in something like the old-time sense of an explicit relation between the leader and the followers. That he led, moreover, as a moralizing leader and not, despite his great personal charm, as a personality, appeared in the readiness of the electorate to follow him in war and to dispense with him in peace. They were work-minded rather than consumption-minded about him. Roosevelt on the other hand remained throughout the war, as before, a powerful though tolerant persuader, even conniver and stimulator, of changes in public opinion that he followed with deep concern at all times. Churchill exploited his indignation, Roosevelt his charm. The obviously real differences in the military situation of Britain and the United States during this period are not sufficient to explain these differences in the mood and method of leadership. Much more important than the wartime differences between the two countries are the differing shifts in political pattern during the past half-century. America in the 1890s could be led politically and morally. Since then we have entered a social and political phase in which power is dispersed among veto groups. These groups are too many and diverse to be led by moralizing, What they want is too various to be moralized and too intangible to be bought off for cash alone, and what is called political leadership consists, as we could see in Roosevelt's case, in the tolerant ability to manipulate coalitions. This means that the men who, at an earlier historical period, were political leaders are now busy with the other directed occupation of studying the feedback from all the others, their constituencies, their correspondents, and friends and enemies within influential pressure groups. The revolution in communications makes this attention possible in ways that were not available to the equally assiduous client cultivator of an earlier day, who could buy a few editors if he wanted favorable things said. And those who were once the followers have learned the arts of lobbying and publicity. The roll call of 19th and early 20th century leaders contains many men who refused to follow their flock: Gladstone and Cleveland, Robert Peel and John Stuart Mill, as MP, Woodrow Wilson and Winston Churchill. Even today the need to impose unpopular courses brings to the fore inner-directed types: Cripps, for instance, in England, Stimson and Robert Patterson in this country. Of course, political figures in all ages have been dependent on their following, and opportunism and manipulation are not a 20th century discovery. The inner-directed leader, however, was quite conscious of discrepancies between his views and those of others. If he shifted his course, it was still his course. Moreover, since he was ambitious, he might well prefer later fame to momentary warmth of response. In any event, he did not need to have everybody love him, but only those who mattered for his fortunes. In his autobiography, John Stuart Mill tells the following story. In the pamphlet, Thoughts on Parliamentary Reform, I had said, rather bluntly, that the working classes, though differing from those of some other countries, in being ashamed of lying, are yet generally liars. This passage some opponent got printed in a placard which was handed to me at a meeting, chiefly composed of the working classes, and I was asked whether I had written and published it. I at once answered I did. Scarcely were these two words out of my mouth, when vehement applause resounded through the whole meeting. It is interesting to compare this incident with the practices of certain American public figures who not only would not think of saying anything that might offend an audience but who frequently depart from a prepared text, carefully designed to please a wide audience, in order to mollify the smaller face-to-face group before whom the speech happens to be delivered. The old-time captain of industry was also a captain of consumption. What standards were set by him. He was also a captain of politics. The new captain of consumption who has usurped his place in the public eye is limited severely to the sphere of consumption, which itself has of course greatly expanded. Today, the personalities from the leisure world, no matter how much loved, lack the strength and the situation for leadership. If a movie star of today tries to put across a political message, in or out of films, he finds himself vulnerable to all sorts of pressures. The movie producer is no more powerful. The Catholics, the Methodists, the organized morticians, the State Department, the Southerners, the Jews, the doctors, all put their pressure on the vehicle that is being prepared for mass distribution. Piety or decency protects some minority groups that have no lobbies. The movie maker acts as a broker among these veto groups in a situation much too intricate to encourage his taking a firm, moralizing stance. At best, he or someone in his organization may sneak a moral and political message into the film, as Roosevelt or someone in his organization sneaked over an appointment or a new coordinating agency. The message, the appointment, the agency, none of them could get very far in the Alice in Wonderland croquet game of the veto groups. Who has the power? The veto groups. The shifting nature of the lobby provides us with an important clue as to the difference between the present American political scene and that of the age of McKinley. The ruling class of businessmen could relatively easily, though perhaps mistakenly, decide where their interests lay and what editors, lawyers, and legislators might be paid to advance them. The lobby ministered to the clear leadership, privilege, and imperative of the business ruling class. Today we have substituted for that leadership a series of groups, each of which has struggled for and finally attained a power to stop things conceivably inimical to its interests and, within far narrower limits, to start things. The various business groups, large and small, the movie censoring groups, the farm groups and the labor and professional groups, the major ethnic groups and major regional groups, have in many instances succeeded in maneuvering themselves into a position in which they are able to neutralize those who might attack them. The very increase in the number of these groups, and in the kinds of interests, practical and fictional, they are protecting, marks, therefore, a decisive change from the lobbies of an earlier day. There is a change in method, too, in the way the groups are organized, the way they handle each other, and the way they handle the public, that is, the unorganized. These veto groups are neither leader groups nor led groups. The only leaders of national scope left in the United States today are those who can placate the veto groups. The only followers left in the United States today are those unorganized and sometimes disorganized unfortunates who have not yet invented their group. Within the veto groups, there is, of course, the same struggle for top places that goes on in other bureaucratic setups. Among the veto groups, competition is monopolistic, rules of fairness and fellowship dictate how far one can go. Despite the rules, there are, of course, occasional price wars, like the jurisdictional disputes of labor unions or Jewish defense groups. These are ended by negotiation, the division of territory, and the formation of a roof organization for the previously split constituency. These big monopolies, taken as a single group, are in devastating competition with the not yet grouped, much as the fair trade economy competes against the free trade economy. These latter scattered followers find what protection they can in the interstices around a group-minded point too. Each of the veto groups in this pattern is capable of an aggressive move, but the move is sharply limited in its range by the way in which the various groups have already cut up the sphere of politics and arrayed certain massive expectations behind each cut. Both within the groups and in the situation created by their presence, the political mood tends to become one of other-directed tolerance. The vetoes so bind action that it is hard for the moralizers to conceive of a program that might in any large way alter the relations between political and personal life or between political and economic life. In the amorphous power structure created by the veto groups, it is hard to distinguish rulers from the ruled, those to be aided from those to be opposed, those on your side from those on the other side. This very pattern encourages the inside dopester who can unravel the personal linkages, and discourages the enthusiast or indignant who wants to install the good or fend off the bad. Probably, most of all, it encourages the new style indifferent who feels and is often told that his and everyone else's affairs are in the hands of the experts and that laymen, though they should participate, should not really be too inquisitive or aroused. By their very nature, the veto groups exist as defense groups, not as leadership groups. If it is true that they do have the power, they have it by virtue of a necessary mutual tolerance. More and more they mirror each other in their style of political action, including their interest in public relations and their emphasis on internal harmony of feelings. There is a tendency for organizations as differently oriented as, say, the Young Socialists and the 4-H Club, to adopt similar psychological methods of salesmanship to obtain and solidify their recruits. This does not mean, however, that the veto groups are formed along the lines of character structure. As in a business corporation there is room for extreme inner-directed and other-directed types, and all mixtures between, so in a veto group there can exist complex symbiotic relationships among people of different political styles. Thus a team of lobbyists may include both moralizers and inside dopesters, sometimes working in harness, sometimes in conflict, and the constituency of the team may be composed mainly of new-style political indifferents who have enough literacy and organizational experience to throw weight around when called upon. Despite these complications, I think it fair to say that the veto groups, even when they are set up to protect a clear-cut moralizing interest, are generally forced to adopt the political manners of the other directed. In saying this, I am talking about the national scene. The smaller the constituency, of course, the smaller the number of veto groups involved and the greater the chance that some one of them will be dominant. Thus, in local politics there is more indignation and less tolerance, just as even the Chicago Tribune is a tolerant paper in comparison with the community throwaways in many Chicago neighborhoods. The same problem may be considered from another perspective. Various groups have discovered that they can go quite far in the amorphous power situation in America without being stopped. Our society is behaviorally open enough to permit a considerable community of gangsters a comfortable living under a variety of partisan political regimes. In their lack of concern for public relations, these men are belated businessmen. So are some labor leaders who have discovered their power to hold up the economy, though in most situations what is surprising is the moderation of labor demands, a moderation based more on psychological restraints than on any power that could effectively be interposed. Likewise, it is sometimes possible for an aggressive group, while not belonging to the entrenched veto power teams, to push a bill through a legislature. Thus, the original Social Security Act went through Congress, so far as I can discover, because it was pushed by a devoted but tiny cohort. The large veto groups, including organized labor, were neither very much for it nor very much against it. For similar reasons, those veto groups are in many political situations strongest whose own memberships are composed of veto groups, especially veto groups of one. The best example of this is the individual farmer who, after one of the farm lobbies has made a deal for him, can still hold out for more. The farm lobby's concern for the reaction of other veto groups, such as labor unions, cuts little ice with the individual farmer. This fact may strengthen the lobby in a negotiation. It can use its internal public relations problems as a counter in bargaining, very much as does a diplomat who tells a foreign minister that he must consider how Senator so-and-so will react. For, no matter what the other directedness of the lobby's leaders, they cannot bind their membership to carry out a public relations approach. Many labor unions have a similar power because they cannot control their memberships who, if not satisfied with a deal made by the union, can walk off or otherwise sabotage a job. In contrast, those veto groups are often weaker whose other directed orientation can dominate their memberships. Large corporations are vulnerable to a call from the White House because, save for a residual indignant like Sewell Avery, their officials are themselves other directed, and because, once the word from the chief goes out, the factory superintendents, no matter how boiling mad, have to fall into line with the new policy by the very nature of the centralized organization for which they work. They can sabotage top management on minor matters but not, say, on wage rates or tax accounting. As against this, the American Catholic Church possesses immense veto group power because it combines a certain amount of centralized command and a public picture of a still greater amount with a highly decentralized priesthood. Each priest is in a sense his own trade association secretary, and a membership organization of wide-ranging ethnic, social, and political loyalties. This structure permits great flexibility in bargaining. These qualifications, however, do not change the fact that the veto groups, taken together, constitute a new buffer region between the old, altered, and thinning extremes of those who were once leaders and led. It is both the attenuation of leaders and led, and the other oriented doings of these buffers, that help to give many moralizers a sense of vacuum in American political life. The veto groups, by the conditions their presence creates and by the requirements they set for leadership in politics, foster the tolerant mood of other direction and hasten the retreat of the inner-directed indignants. Is there a ruling class left? Nevertheless, people go on acting as if there still were a decisive ruling class in contemporary America. In the post-war years, businessmen thought labor leaders and politicians ran the country, while labor and the left thought that Wall Street ran it, or the 60 families. Wall Street, confused perhaps by its dethronement as a telling barometer of capital formation weather, may have thought that the Midwestern industrial barons, cushioned on plant expansion money in the form of heavy depreciation reserves and undivided profits, ran the country. They might have had some evidence for this in the fact that the New Deal was much tougher with finance capital, e.g., the SEC and the Holding Company Act, than with industrial capital, and that when, in the Undies tribute profits tax, it tried to subject the latter to a stockholder and money market control, the tax was quickly repealed. But these barons of Pittsburgh, Weirton, Akron, and Detroit, though certainly a tougher crowd than the Wall Streeters, are, as we saw earlier, coming more and more to think of themselves as trustees for their beneficiaries. And whereas, from the point of view of labor and the left, these men ran the war production board in the interest of their respective companies, one could argue just as easily that the WPB experience was one of the congeries of factors that have tamed the barons. It put them in a situation where they had to view their company from the point of view of the others. Despite the absence of intensive studies of business power and of what happens in a business negotiation, one can readily get an impressionistic sense of the change in business behavior in the last generation. In the pages of Fortune, that excellent chronicler of business, one can see that there are few survivals of the kinds of dealings with other businessmen, with labor, with the government that were standard operating practice for the pre-World War I tycoons. Moreover, in its 20-year history, Fortune itself has shown, and perhaps it may be considered not too unrepresentative of its audience, a steady decline of interest in business as such and a growing interest in one's peripheral matters, such as international relations, social science, and other accoutrements of the modern executive. But it is of course more difficult to know whether character has changed as well as behavior, whether, as some contend, businessmen simply rule today in a more subtle, more managerial way. In Manager Meets Union, Joseph M. Goldson and Lillian Lowe have depicted the psychological dependence of a contemporary sales manager on the approval of the men under him, his willingness to go to great lengths, in terms of concessions, to maintain interpersonal warmth in his relations with them, and his fierce resentment of the union as a barrier to this emotional exchange. Point 3. As against this, one must set the attitude of some of the auto supply companies whose leadership still seems much more craft-oriented than people-oriented and therefore unwilling to make concessions and none too concerned with the emotional atmosphere of negotiations. Likewise, the General Motors, UAW negotiations of 1946, as reported in print, sound more like a cockfight than a Platonic symposium, although in Peter Drucker's Concept of the Corporation, a study of General Motors published in the same year, there is much evidence of management eagerness to build a big, happy family. Power, indeed, is founded, in a large measure, on interpersonal expectations and attitudes. If businessmen feel weak and dependent, they do in actuality become weaker and more dependent, no matter what material resources may be ascribed to them. My impression, based mainly on experiences of my own in business and law practice, is that businessmen from large manufacturing companies, though they often talk big, are easily frightened by the threat of others' hostility. They may pound the table, but they look to others for leadership and do not care to get out of line with their peer groupers. Possibly, attitudes towards such an irascible businessman as Sewell Avery might mark a good dividing line between the older and the newer attitudes. Those businessmen who admire Avery, though they might not dare to imitate him, are becoming increasingly an elderly minority, while the younger men generally are shocked by Avery's high-handedness, his rebuff of the glad hand. The desire of businessmen to be well thought of has led to the irony that each time a professor writes a book attacking business, even if almost nobody reads it, he creates various jobs for his students in public relations, trade association work, and market research. While the Black Horse Cavalry of an earlier era held up businessmen by threatening to let pass crippling legislation desired by anti-business moralizers, today many honest intellectuals who would not think of taking a bribe hold business or trade association jobs because their clients have been scared, perhaps by these very men, into taking cognizance of some actual or imaginary veto group. Since a large structure is built up to woo the group, no test of power is made to see whether the group has real existence or real strength. Understandably, ideologies about who has power in America are relied upon to support these amiable fictions which serve, as we shall see in Chapter 13, to provide the modern businessman with an endless shopping list, an endless task of glad handing. This is a far cry, I suggest, from the opportunistic glad handing of the wealthy on which Tocqueville comments at the chapter head. Very likely, what was mere practice in his day has become embedded in character in ours. Businessmen, moreover, are not the only people who fail to exploit the power position they are supposed, in the eyes of many observers, to have. Army officers are also astonishingly timid about exercising their leadership. During the war one would have thought that the army would be relatively impervious to criticism. But frequently the generals went to great lengths to refrain from doing something about which a congressman might make an unfriendly speech. They did so even at times when they might have brushed the congressman off like an angry fly. When dealing with businessmen or labor leaders, army officers were, it seemed to me, astonishingly deferential, and this was as true of the West Pointers as of the reservists. Of course, there were exceptions, but in many of the situations where the armed services made concessions to propitiate some veto group, they rationalized the concessions in terms of morale or of post-war public relations or, frequently, simply were not aware of their power. To be sure, some came to the same result by the route of a democratic tradition of civilian dominance. Very likely, it was a good thing for the country that the services were so self-restrained. I do not here deal with the matter on the merits but use it as an illustration of changing character and changing social structure. All this may lead to the question, well, who really runs things? What people fail to see is that, while it may take leadership to start things running, or to stop them, very little leadership is needed once things are underway that, indeed, things can get terribly snarled up and still go on running. If one studies a factory, an army group, or other large organization, one wonders how things get done at all, with the lack of leadership and with all the featherbedding. Perhaps they get done because we are still trading on our reserves of inner direction, especially in the lower ranks. At any rate, the fact they do get done is no proof that there is someone in charge. There are, of course, still some veto groups that have more power than others and some individuals who have more power than others. But the determination of who these are has to be made all over again for our time. We cannot be satisfied with the answers given by Marx, Mosca, Michaels, Pareto, Weber, Veblen, or Burnham, though we can learn from all of them. There are also phenomena in this vast country that evade all of them, and surely, too, evade my collaborators and me. One example is the immense power, both political and economic, possessed by R.D. Samish, allegedly the veto group boss of California. Samish is a new type lobbyist, who represents not one but scores of interests, often competing ones, from truckers to chiropractors, and who plays one veto group off against others to shake them down and strengthen his own power. He has learned how the other orientation of the established veto groups will lead them to call still other groups into being through his auspices. Since the old line parties have little power in California, there is no way of reaching a clear-cut decision for or against a particular veto group through the party system. Instead, the state officials have become dependent on Samish for electoral support, or at least non-opposition, through his herded groups of voters and their cash contributions. Moreover, he knows how to go directly to the people through the democratic plebiscite machinery. Point 4. Kerry McWilliams has observed that Samish's power rests both on the peculiar election machinery of the state and on the fact that no one industry or allied group of industries, no one union, one ethnic group or region, is dominant. The situation is very different in a state like Montana, where copper is pivotal, and one must be either for the Union or for Anaconda. It is different again in Virginia where, as Vokey shows in Southern politics, the setup of the state constitution favors control by the old courthouse crowd. In view of these divergences, rooted in local legal niceties as well as in major social and economic factors, it is apparent that any discussion of class and power on the national scene can at best be only an approximation. Yet I would venture to say that the United States is on the whole more like California in its variety but without its veto boss than like Montana and Virginia in their particularity. The vaster number of veto groups, and their greater power, mean that no one man or small group of men can amass the power nationally that R.D. Samish and, in earlier days, Huey Long, have held locally. Rather, power on the national scene must be viewed in terms of issues. It is possible that, where an issue involves only 2 or 3 veto groups, themselves tiny minorities, the official or unofficial broker among the groups can be quite powerful but only on that issue. However, where the issue involves the country as a whole, no individual or group leadership is likely to be very effective, because the entrenched veto groups cannot be budged, unlike a party that may be defeated at the polls, or a class that may be replaced by another class. The veto groups are always in. One might ask whether one would not find, over a long period of time, that decisions in America favored one group or class, thereby, by definition, the ruling group or class over others. Does not wealth exert its pull in the long run? In the past this has been so, for the future I doubt it. The future seems to be in the hands of the small business and professional men who control Congress, such as realtors, lawyers, car salesmen, undertakers, and so on, of the military men who control defense and, in part, foreign policy, of the big business managers and their lawyers, finance committee men, and other counselors who decide on plant investment and influence the rate of technological change, of the labor leaders who control worker productivity and worker votes, of the black belt whites who have the greatest stake in Southern politics, of the Poles, Italians, Jews, and Irishmen who have stakes in foreign policy, city jobs, and ethnic, religious, and cultural organizations, of the editorializers and storytellers who help socialize the young, tease and train the adult, and amuse and annoy the aged, of the farmers themselves, a warring congeries of cattlemen, cornmen, dairymen, cotton men, and so on, who control key departments and committees, and who, as the living representatives of our inner directed past, control many of our memories, of the Russians and, to a lesser degree, other foreign powers who control much of our agenda of attention, and so on. The reader can complete the list. Power in America seems to me situational and mercurial. It resists attempts to locate it the way a molecule, under the Heisenberg principle, resists attempts simultaneously to locate it and time its velocity. But people are afraid of this indeterminacy and amorphousness in the cosmology of power. Even those intellectuals, for instance, who feel themselves very much out of power and who are frightened of those who they think have the power, prefer to be scared by the power structures they conjure up than to face the possibility that the power structure they believe exists has largely evaporated. Most people prefer to suffer with interpretations that give their world meaning than to relax in the cave without an Ariadne's thread. Let me now summarize the argument in the preceding chapters. The inner-directed person, if he is political at all, is related to the political scene by either his morality, his well-defined interests, or both. His relationship to his opinions is close, not peripheral. The opinions are means of defending certain principles of politics. They may be highly charged and personal, as in the political discussion in the first pages of Joyce's Portrait of the Artist as a Young Man, or they may be highly charged and impersonal, a means of defending one's proper Bostonianship or other class position. In either case, one's own opinions are felt to matter and to have some direct relationship to the objective world in which one lives. As against this, the other directed person, if he is political, is related to the political scene as a member of a veto group. He leaves it to the group to defend his interests, cooperating when called on to vote, to apply pressure, and so on. These pressure tactics seem to make his opinions manifest on the political level, but they actually help make it possible for him to be detached from his opinions. No longer operating as an independent voter, mostly an amiable fiction even in the era dependent on inner direction, his political opinions, as such, are not felt to be related to his political function. Thus, they can serve him as a social counter in his role as a peer group consumer of the political news of the day. He can be tolerant of other opinions not only because of his characterological tolerance but also because they are mere opinions, interesting or amusing perhaps, but lacking the weight of even a partial, let alone a total, commitment to one's political role or action. They are mere opinions, moreover, because so intractable is the political world of the veto groups that opinion as such is felt to be almost irrelevant. The inner-directed political moralizer has a firm grip, often much too firm, on the gamut of judgments that he is willing to apply anywhere and everywhere. The other-directed inside dopester is unable to fortify any particular judgment with conviction springing from a summarized and organized emotional tone. It could be argued that the suppressed affect or emotional tone is still there, remaining hidden. Freudian doctrine would predict the return of the repressed. But it seems more likely, social habit being as powerful as it is, that the repeated suppression of such enthusiasm or moral indignation as the inner-directed man would consider natural permanently decreases the capacity of the other-directed man for those forms of response. The other-directed man may even begin as an inner-directed man who plays at being other-directed. He ends up being what he plays, and his mask becomes the perhaps inescapable reality of his style of life. 11. Americans and Quaky-Uddles. Moralists are constantly complaining that the ruling vice of the present time is pride. This is true in one sense, for indeed everybody thinks that he is better than his neighbor or refuses to obey his superior, but it is extremely false in another, for the same man who cannot endure subordination or equality has so contemptible an opinion of himself that he thinks he is born only to indulge in vulgar pleasures. He willingly takes up with low desires without daring to embark on lofty enterprises, of which he scarcely dreams. Thus, far from thinking that humility ought to be preached to our contemporaries, I would have endeavors made to give them a more enlarged idea of themselves and of their kind. Humility is unwholesome to them. What they most want is, in my opinion, pride. Tocqueville, Democracy in America. The image of power in contemporary America presented in the preceding chapters departs from current discussions of power which are usually based on a search for a ruling class, for instance, Burnham's discovery of the managers, Mills's of the labor leaders, and others. And Americans themselves, rather than being the mild and cooperative people I have portrayed, are, to many observers and to themselves, power-obsessed or money-mad or concerned with conspicuous display. Or, as in the parable I shall use to illustrate my argument, Americans are felt, and feel themselves, to be more like rival Rouse Quaky-Uddle Indian chiefs and their followers, than like peaceable, cooperative Pueblo agriculturists. Perhaps by further pursuing these images of power and personality the discrepancies, as they seem to me, between political fact and political ideology may be somewhat better understood. Ruth Benedict's book Patterns of Culture describes in vivid detail three primitive societies, the Pueblo, Zuni, Indians of the Southwest, the people of the island of Dobu in the Pacific, and the Quaky-Uddle Indians of the northwest coast of America. 1. The Pueblo Indians are pictured as a peaceable, cooperative society, in which no one wishes to be thought a great man and everyone wishes to be thought a good fellow. Sexual relations evoke little jealousy or other violent response, infidelity is not severely punished. Death, too, is taken in stride, with little violent emotion. In general, emotion is subdued. While there are considerable variations in economic status, there is little display of economic power and even less of political power. There is a spirit of cooperation with family and community. The Dobu, by contrast, are portrayed as virtually a society of paranoids in which each man's hand is against his neighbors in sorcery, theft, and abuse, in which husband and wife alternate as captives of the spouse's kin, and in which infidelity is deeply resented. Dobuan economic life is built on sharp practice in inter-island trading, on an intense feeling for property rights, and on a hope of getting something for nothing through theft, magic, and fraud. The third society, the Quaky-Uddle, is also intensely rivalrous. But the rivalry consists primarily in conspicuous consumption, typified by feasts called potlatches, at which chiefs outdo each other in providing food and in burning up the blankets and sheets of copper which are the main counters of wealth in the society. Sometimes even a house or a canoe is sent up in flames in a final bid for glory. Indeed, the society is a caricature of Veblen's conspicuous consumption. Certainly, the potlatches of the Quaky-Uddle chiefs serve as the legitimate channel by which the community's surplus product has been drained off and consumed, to the greater spiritual comfort of all parties concerned. Veblen was, in fact, familiar with these Northwest Coast coming-out parties. I have asked students who have read Ruth Benedict's book which of these three cultures in their opinion most closely resembles the more highly differentiated culture of the United States. The great majority see Americans as Quaky-Uddles. They emphasize American business rivalry, jealousy over sex and status, and the drive for power. They see Americans as individualists, primarily interested in the display of wealth and station. A minority of students, usually the more politically radical, say that America is more like W. They emphasize the sharp practice of American business life, point to great jealousy and bitterness in family relations, and see American politics, domestic and international, as hardly less aggressive than Hobbes' state of nature. No students I have talked with have argued that there are significant resemblances between the culture of the Hopi and Zuni pueblos and American culture. Many wish that there were. Yet when we turn then to examine the culture patterns of these very students, we see little evidence either of W or Quakiutl ways. The wealthy students go to great lengths not to be conspicuous. Things are very different from the coon-coated days of the 20s. The proper uniform is one of purposeful shabbiness. In fact, none among the students except a very rare Lucullus dares to be thought uppity. Just as no modern Vanderbilt says the public be damned, so no modern parent would say, where Vanderbilt sits, there is the head of the table. I teach my son to be rich. 2. It is, moreover, not only in the virtual disappearance of conspicuous consumption that the students have abandoned Quakiutl-like modes of life. Other displays of gifts, native or acquired, have also become more subdued. A leading college swimming star told me, I get sore at the guys I'm competing against. Something's wrong with me. I wish I could be like X who really cooperates with the other fellows. He doesn't care so much about winning. There seems to be a discrepancy between the America that students make for themselves as students and the America they think they will move into when they leave the campus. Their image of the latter is based to a large extent on legends about America that are preserved in our literature. For example, many of our novelists and critics still believe that America, as compared with other cultures, is a materialistic nation of would-be Quakiutl chiefs. There may have been some truth in this picture in the Gilded Age, though Henry James saw how ambiguous the issue of materialism was between America and Europe even then. The materialism of these older cultures has been hidden by their status systems and by the fact that they had inherited many values from the era dependent on tradition direction. The European masses simply have not had the money and leisure, until recent years, to duplicate American patterns of consumption. When they do, they are, if anything, sometimes more vulgar, more materialistic. The Europeans, nevertheless, have been only too glad to tell Americans that they were materialistic, and the Americans, feeling themselves nouveau riches during the past century, paid to be told. They still pay. It is not only my students who fail to see that it is the turn of the rest of the world to be nouveau riches, to be excited over the gadgets of an industrial age, while millions of Americans have turned away in boredom from attaching much emotional significance to the consumer goods frontier. Point 3. When, however, I try to point these things out to students who compare Americans with Quakiutls, they answer that the advertisements show how much emotion is attached to the consumption of goods. But, when I ask them if they believe the ads themselves, they say scornfully that they do not. And when I ask if they know people who do, they find it hard to give examples, at least in the middle class. If the advertisements powerfully affected people in the impoverished lower class who had small hope of mobility, there would surely be a revolution. Yet the advertisements must be reaching somebody, the students insist. Why, I ask, why isn't it possible that advertising as a whole is a fantastic fraud, presenting an image of America taken seriously by no one, least of all by the advertising men who create it? Just as the mass media persuade people that other people think politics is important, so they persuade people that everyone else cannot wait for his new refrigerator or car or suit of clothes. In neither case can people believe that the others are as apathetic as they feel themselves to be. And, while their indifference to politics may make people feel on the defensive, their indifference to advertising may allow them to feel superior. In fact, I think that a study of American advertising during the past quarter century would show that the advertising men themselves at least implicitly realize the consumer's loss of emotional enthusiasm. Where once car and refrigerator advertisements showed the housewife or husband exulting in the new possessions, today it is often only children in the ads who exult over the new Nash their father has just bought. In many contemporary ads the possession itself recedes into the background or is handled abstractly, surrealistically, it no longer throws off sparks or exclamation points, copy itself has become subtler or more matter-of-fact. Of course many old-fashioned enthusiasts of consumption remain in America who have not yet been affected by the spread of other directed consumer sophistication and repression of emotional response. A wonderful example is the small-town Irish mother in the movie A Letter to Three Wives whose greatest pride and joy in her dingy railroad-side home is the big, shiny, new, not yet paid-for refrigerator. And it may be argued that even middle-class Americans have only covered over their materialism with a veneer of good taste, without altering their fundamental drives. Nevertheless, the other directed person, oriented as he is toward people, is simply unable to be as materialistic as many inner-directed people were. For genuine inner-directed materialism, real acquisitive attachment to things, one must go to the Dutch bourgeois or French peasant or others for whom older ways endure. It is the other directedness of Americans that has prevented their realizing this. Between the advertisers on the one hand and the novelists and intellectuals on the other, they have assumed that other Americans were materialistic, while not giving sufficient credence to their own feelings. Indeed, the paradoxical situation in a stratum which is other-oriented is that people constantly make grave misjudgments as to what others, at least those with whom they are not in peer group contact, but often also those with whom they spend much time, feel and think. To be sure, the businessmen themselves often try to act as if it were still possible to be a Quaker chief in the United States. When they write articles or make speeches, they like to talk about free enterprise, about tough competition, about risk-taking. These businessmen, of course, are like World War I legionnaires, talking about the glorious days of yore. Students and many others believe what the businessmen say on these occasions, but then have little opportunity to watch what they do. Perhaps the businessmen themselves are as much the victims of their own chants and rituals as the Quaker. Those few students who urge that America resembles Dobia can find little in student life to sustain their view, except perhaps a bit of cheating in love or on examinations. It is rather that they see the capitalistic system as a jungle of sharp practice, as if nothing had changed since the days of Mark Twain, Jack London, and Frank Norris. America is to them a land of lynchings, gangsterism, and deception by little foxes and big foxes. Yet, today, only small businessmen, car dealers or furnace repairmen, for instance, have many opportunities for the wabu-wabu trading, that is, the sharply manipulative property pyramiding of the Doboan canoeists. If, however, these students turn to social science for their images of power in America, they will very frequently find their own view supported. The scattered remarks on the United States in Patterns of Culture are themselves an illustration. My students also read Robert Lind's chapter on the pattern of American culture in Knowledge for What, for while noting contradictory exhortations to amity and brotherhood, Lind emphasizes business as highly individualistic and politically ruthless. Elsewhere he stresses the masterful ambition and conspicuous consumption typified by the older generation of the X family of Middletown. Ironically, the outlook of these and other sociological critics of business is confirmed and reflected by those neoclassical economists who construct models for the rational conduct of the firm, wittingly or unwittingly presenting businessmen as dismally economic men. Partly as a result of this image of the businessman, many students at privately endowed universities have become reluctant to consider business careers, and, as more and more young people are drawn into the colleges, these attitudes become increasingly widespread. The abler ones want something higher and look down their noses at the boys at Wharton or even at the Harvard Business School. Business is thought to be dull and disagreeable as well as morally suspect, and the genuine moral problem involved in career choice, namely, how best to develop one's potentialities for a full existence, is obfuscated by the false, over-dramatized choice of making money, and losing one's soul, in business versus penury, and saving one's soul, in government service or teaching. The notion that business today, especially big business, presents challenging intellectual problems and opportunities and is no more noticeably engaged in Doboan sharp practice and Quakie-Udall rivalry than any other career, seems not to exist even in the minds of students whose fathers are, perhaps woefully inarticulate, businessmen. It is likely, then, that the student's image of business, and of American life generally, will have some self-confirming effects. Business will be forced to recruit from the less gifted and sensitive, who will not be able to take advantage of the opportunities for personal development business could offer and who, therefore, will not become models for younger men. Moreover, people who expect to meet hostility and calculation in others will justify an anticipatory hostility and calculation in themselves. To be sure, there are plenty of unlovely, vicious, and mean Americans, in and out of business life, plenty of frightening southern mobs, northern hoodlums, dead-end kids with and without tuxedos. There are many cultural islands in the United States where dobuways abound, just as there are survivals of late 19th century Quakie-Udall patterns. But these islands and survivals do not make a system of power, nor are they linked by any conspiracy, fascist or otherwise. Now, of course, to show that Americans are neither like Quakie-Udalls nor Doboans does not prove they are like Zuni and Hopi Indians. Obviously, in any case, the comparisons must be very rough. From the standpoint of my character types, all three tribes, as long as they are in the phase of high population growth potential, would be more or less dependent on tradition direction. My purpose is to present a parable, not a description. There is evidence, though it is perhaps somewhat understressed by Ruth Benedict, that the Pueblo Indians are actually not so bland and amiable as they seem, that they are, to a degree, antagonistic cooperators, with a good deal of repressed hostility and envy that crops up in dreams and malicious gossip. But this only strengthens the analogy with the middle-class Americans, whose other directed cooperativeness is also not completely mild but contains repressed antagonistic elements. Indeed, the whole emotional tone of life in the Pueblos reminds me strongly of the American peer group, with its insulting "you think you're big." While the Quakie-Udalls pride themselves on their passions that lead them to commit murder, arson, and suicide, the Pueblos frown on any violent emotion. Ruth Benedict writes, "A good man has a pleasing address, a yielding disposition, and a generous heart. He should talk lots, as they say, that is, he should always set people at their ease, and he should without fail cooperate easily with others either in the field or in ritual, never betraying a suspicion of arrogance or a strong emotion." The quotation brings to mind one of the most striking patterns from our interviews with young people. When we ask them their best trait, they are hard-pressed for an answer, though they sometimes mention an ability to get along well with everybody. When we ask them, "What is your worst trait?" the most frequent single answer is temper. And when we go on to ask, "Is your temper, then, so bad?" it usually turns out that the interviewee has not got much of a temper. If we ask whether his temper has gotten him into much trouble, he can cite little evidence that it has. What may these answers, of course no proper sample, mean? My impression is that temper is considered the worst trait in the society of the glad hand. It is felt as an internal menace to one's cooperative attitudes. Moreover, the peer group regards rage and temper as faintly ridiculous. One must be able to take it with a smile or be charged with something even worse than temper, something no one will accuse himself of even in an interview: lack of a sense of humor. The inner-directed man may also worry about temper, for instance, if he is religious, but his conscience-stricken inhibitions and reaction formations leave the emotion still alive, volcano-like, within him, often ready to erupt in political indignation, whereas the other-directed man allows or compels his emotions to heal, though not without leaving scars, in an atmosphere of enforced good fellowship and tolerance. Many young people today also set themselves an ideal in their sex lives not too different from the Zuni norm. They feel they ought to take sex with little interpersonal emotion and certainly without jealousy. The word of the wise to the young, "Don't get involved," has changed its meaning in a generation. Once it meant, "Don't get, or get someone, pregnant, don't run afoul of the law, don't get in the newspapers." Today the injunction seeks to control the personal experiencing of emotion that might disrupt the camaraderie of the peer group. The chief worry of the Pueblo Indians is directed not to each other's behavior but to the weather, and their religious ceremonies are primarily directed toward rainmaking. To quiet their anxiety, the Indians go through rituals that must be letter perfect. American young people have no such single ritual to assure personal or tribal success. However, one can see a similarity in the tendency to create rituals of a sort in all spheres of life. People make a ritual out of going to school, out of work, out of having fun, out of political participation as inside dopistas or as indignants, as well as out of countless private compulsions. But the rituals, whether private or public, have usually to be rationalized as necessary, and since this is not self-evident and since the sign of success is not so explicit as a downpour of rain, the American young people can hardly get as much comfort from their rituals as the Pueblo Indians do from theirs. The young people who express the views I have described have begun to pass out of the adolescent peer groups. They have not yet taken their places in the adult patterning of American life. What will be the effect of the discrepancy between their picture of the United States as a place led by Quakiutl chiefs, leading Quakiutl-style followers, and the reality of their progress along the Hopi Way? Will they seek to bring about changes, through social and political action, that will make America more comfortable for the tolerant, other-directed types? Or will they seek to adopt more ruthless, Quakiutl-like behavior as supposedly more compatible with real life? Or, perchance, will they admit that they, too, are Americans, after all not so unique, which might require a revision of their images of power, their images of what Americans in general are like? Doubtless, all these things can occur, and many more. But there is perhaps one additional factor which will shape both changing ideology and changing character. The students, aware of their own repressed competitiveness and envy, think that others may try to do to them what they themselves would not dare to do to others. The society feels to them like Quakiutl or even Dobu, not only because that is the ideology about America they have learned but also because their own cooperativeness is tinged with an antagonism they have not yet completely silenced. And perhaps this gives us an answer to a puzzle about other-directed tolerance. Why, if the other-directed person is tolerant, is he himself so afraid of getting out of line? Can he not depend on the tolerance of others? It may be that he feels his own tolerance precarious, his dreadful temper ready to let fly when given permission. If he feels so irritable himself, no matter how mild his behavior, he must fear the others, no matter how amiable they, too, may appear. These students would prefer to live in the Pueblo culture, if they had to choose among the three described by Ruth Benedict. And, while this choice is in itself not to be quarreled with, the important fact is that they do not know that they already are living in such a culture. They want social security, not great achievements. They want approval, not fame. They are not eager to develop talents that might bring them into conflict, whereas the inner-directed young person tended to push himself to the limit of his talents and beyond. Few of them suffer, like youth in the earlier age, because they are 20, and so little accomplished. Whereas the inner-directed middle-class boy often had to learn after 20 to adjust, to surrender his adolescent dreams and accept a burgher's modest lot, the other-directed boy never had such dreams. Learning to conform to the group almost as soon as he learns anything, he does not face, at adolescence, the need to choose between his family's world and that of his own generation or between his dreams and a world he never made. Since, moreover, his adjustment to reality as defined by the group begins earlier, it becomes more a matter of conforming character and less a matter of conforming behavior. The popular song, "I Don't Want to Set the World on Fire," expresses a typical theme. The Quakiutl wanted to do just that, literally to set the world on fire. The other-directed person prefers love to glory. As Tocqueville saw, or foresaw, he willingly takes up with low desires without daring to embark on lofty enterprises, of which he scarcely dreams. There is a connection between the feeling these students and other young people have about their own fates and the contemporary notions of who runs the country. We have seen that the students feel themselves to be powerless, safe only when performing a ritual in approving company. Though they may seek to preserve emotional independence by not getting involved, this requirement is itself a peer group mandate. How, then, as they look about them in America, do they explain their powerlessness? Somebody must have what they have not got, their powerlessness must be matched by power somewhere else. They see America as composed of Quaky-Uddles, not only because of their own residual and repressed Quaky-Uddle tendencies but even more because of their coerced cooperativeness. Some big chiefs must be doing this to them, they feel. They do not see that, to a great extent, it is they themselves who are doing it, through their own character. The chiefs have lost the power, but the followers have not gained it. The savage believes that he will secure more power by drinking the blood or shrinking the head of his enemy. But the other directed person, far from gaining, only becomes weaker from the weakness of his fellows. Part 3, Autonomy. 12. Adjustment or autonomy. Among the works of man, which human life is rightly employed in perfecting and beautifying, the first in importance surely is man himself. Supposing it were possible to get houses built, corn grown, battles fought, causes tried, and even churches erected and prayer said, by machinery by automatons in human form, it would be a considerable loss to exchange for these automatons even the men and women who at present inhabit the more civilized parts of the world, and who assuredly are but starved specimens of what nature can and will produce. Human nature is not a machine to be built after a model, and set to do exactly the work prescribed for it, but a tree, which requires to grow and develop itself on all sides, according to the tendency of the inward forces which make it a living thing. John Stuart Mill, on Liberty. If the leaders have lost the power, why have the led not gained it? What is there about the character and the situation of the other directed man which prevents the transfer? In terms of situation, it seems that the pattern of monopolistic competition of the veto groups resists individual attempts at aggrandizement. In terms of character, the other directed man simply does not seek power, perhaps, rather, he avoids and evades it. If he happens to be an inside dopister, he creates a formula that tells him where the power exists, and he seeks to make all the facts thereafter conform to this formula. In a sense, this means that he would rather be right than be president. His need to be in the know, his need for approval, his need in the upper strata for marginal differentiation, may lead to actions that look like a drive to get or hold power. But the fact is that the further away the inside dopister is from inner direction, the less is he ambitious, exploitative, and imperialistic. He expects some others, some Quaky-Uddle or Doboan types, to be doing the exploiting. He fits himself as a minor manipulator, and self-manipulator, into the image he has of them. If the other directed person does not seek power, then what does he seek? At the very least, he seeks adjustment. That is, he seeks to have the character he is supposed to have, and the inner experiences as well as outer appurtenances that are supposed to go with it. If he fails to attain adjustment, he becomes anomic, a term I shall define in a moment. At most, the other directed man occasionally seeks to be autonomous. His opportunity to become autonomous lies precisely in the disparity that exists between the actual, objective pressures for conformity that are inescapable and the ritualistic pressures that spring not from the Quaky-Uddle-like institutions of America but from the increasingly other-directed character of its people. In other words, I do not believe that the social character evoked by today's social structure, namely, the other-directed character, is a perfect replica of that social structure, called into being by its demands. The adjusted, the anomic, the autonomous. How, one may well ask, is it possible that a large group of influential people in a society should develop a character structure more constricted than the society's institutions require? One answer is to look at history and to see that earlier institutional inevitabilities tend to perpetuate themselves in ideology and character, operating through all the subtle mechanisms of character formation discussed in the earlier chapters of Part I. By the same token, disparities between social character and adult social role can be among the important leverages of social change. It is too simple to say that character structure lags behind social structure. As any element in society changes, all other elements must also change in form or function or both. But in a large society such as the American, there is room for disparities, and hence for individuals to choose different modes of reconciliation. In the upper income strata in America, many of the pressures which individuals feel spring from their shared interpretations of what is necessary to get along. As soon as one or two in a group emancipate themselves from these interpretations, without their work or their world coming to an end, others, too, may find the courage to do so. In that case, character will change in consonance with the altered interpretations of conditions. In asking where the one or two innovators may come from, we must remember that social character is not all of character. The individual is capable of more than his society usually asks of him, though it is not at all easy to determine this, since potentialities may be hidden not only from others but from the individual himself. Of course, social structures differ very much in the degree to which they evoke a social character that in the process of socialization fills up, crushes, or buries individuality. We may take, as extreme cases, the primitive societies of Dobu or Alor. People there seem to be so crushed from infancy on by institutionalized practices that, while they manage to do what their culture asks of them in the emotional tone which the culture fosters, they cannot do much more. The Rorschach tests taken of the Alors, for instance, indicate that there is a good deal of characterological uniformity among individuals and that few reserves of depth or breadth exist beyond the cultural norm or what Gardiner calls the basic personality type. Such a society might die out as a result of its apathy and misery, especially when further disorganized by white contact, but it is hard to conceive of an internal rejuvenation led by the more autonomous members of the group. Caught between social character and rigid social institutions, the individual and his potentialities have little scope. Nevertheless, even in such a society there will be deviants, as Ruth Benedict has pointed out, we know of no cultures without them. However, before turning to see whether the extent of deviation may be related to population phase, it is necessary to understand more precisely what is meant by deviation. The adjusted are those whom for the most part we have been describing. They are the typical tradition-directed, inner-directed, or other-directed people, those who respond in their character structure to the demands of their society or social class at its particular stage on the curve of population. Such people fit the culture as though they were made for it, as in fact they are. There is, characterologically speaking, an effortless quality about their adjustment, although as we have seen the mode of adjustment may itself impose heavy strains on the so-called normal people. That is, the adjusted are those who reflect their society, or their class within the society, with the least distortion. In each society those who do not conform to the characterological pattern of the adjusted may be either anomic or autonomous. Anomic is English coinage from Durkheim's anomic, adjective of anomy, meaning ruleless, ungoverned. My use of anomic, however, covers a wider range than Durkheim's metaphor. It is virtually synonymous with maladjusted, a term I refrain from using because of its negative connotations, for there are some cultures where I would place a higher value on the maladjusted or anomic than on the adjusted. The autonomous are those who on the whole are capable of conforming to the behavioral norms of their society, a capacity the anomics usually lack but are free to choose whether to conform or not. In determining adjustment, the test is not whether an individual's overt behavior obeys social norms but whether his character structure does. A person who has the appropriate character for his time and place is adjusted even when he makes mistakes and does things which deviate sharply from what is expected of him. To be sure, the consequences of such mistakes may eventually produce maladjustment in character. Much in the same way, a culture may be a going concern even if it behaves irrationally vis-a-vis its neighbors or material environment. Conversely, just as nonconformity in behavior does not necessarily mean nonconformity in character structure, so utter conformity in behavior may be purchased by the individual at so high a price as to lead to a character neurosis and anomy. The anomic person tends to sabotage either himself or his society, probably both. 1 Thus, adjustment, as the term is used here, means socio-psychological fit, not adequacy in any evaluative sense. To determine adequacy either of behavior or character, we must study not only the individual but the gearbox which, with various slips and reversals, ties behavior in with institutional forms. The person here defined as autonomous may or may not conform outwardly, but whatever his choice, he pays less of a price, and he has a choice. He can meet both the culture's definitions of adequacy and those which, to a still culturally determined degree, slightly transcend the norm for the adjusted. These three universal types, the adjusted, the anomic, the autonomous, like our three historical types, tradition-directed, inner-directed, and other-directed, are, in Max Weber's sense, ideal types, that is, constructions necessary for analytical work. Every human being will be one of these types to some degree, but no one could be completely characterized by any one of these terms. To put it in the extreme, even an insane person is not anomic in every sphere of life, nor could an autonomous person be completely autonomous, that is, not irrationally tied in some part of his character to the cultural requirements of his existence. Nevertheless, we can characterize an individual by the way in which one mode of adaptation predominates, and, when we study individuals, analysis by such a method provides certain helpful dimensions for descriptive and comparative purposes. We can also characterize a society by examining the relative frequency with which the three modes of adaptation occur in it, and the relative importance of the three types in the social structure. About the anomics who arise as byproducts, so to speak, of the attempt to create inner direction and other direction, a good deal has been suggested in the foregoing pages. Even a society depending on tradition direction will have a certain number of anomics, those constitutionally and psychologically unable to conform or feel comfortable in the roles such a society assigns to its regularly recurring deviants. Some of these people can exploit the kinship system to keep going, but in a society of any size there will be some who are pushed out of that tight web. To these somewhat idiosyncratic and accidental outcrops of anomic character, more complex societies undergoing more rapid change add the people who, once capable of adjustment, are thrust aside by the emergence of a new dominant type. Types brought up under a familial regime of tradition direction may later find themselves misfits in a society by then dependent on inner direction. Likewise, the rise of other direction may drive inner directed as well as tradition directed types into anomie. Reference has already been made to some of the possible political consequences of such anomic character types in America, how their political indifference can be mobilized by a crusade appealing to their inability to cope with the social demands of modern urban culture. The anomics include not only those who, in their character, were trained to attend to signals that either are no longer given or no longer spell meaning or success. They also may be, as has just been said, those who are over-adjusted, who listen too assiduously to the signals from within or without. Thus we have seen that in a society dependent on inner direction there may be oversteered children and oversteered adults, people of too tight superego controls to permit themselves even the normal satisfactions and escapes of their fellows. Likewise, among those dependent on other direction, some may be unable to shut off their radar even for a moment. Their overconformity makes them a caricature of the adjusted pattern, a pattern that escapes them because they try too hard for it. We have seen, for example, the effort of the other-directed person to achieve a political and personal style of tolerance, drained of emotion, temper, and moodiness. But, obviously, this can go so far that deadness of feeling comes to resemble a clinical symptom. The psychoanalyst Ralph Greenson, observing soldiers hospitalized for apathy in World War II, writes of them. The most striking characteristic of the apathetic patient is his visible lack of emotion and drive. At first glance he may seem to be depressed, closer scrutiny, however, reveals lack of affect. He appears slowed up in the psychic and motor responses, he shows an emptiness of expression and a mask-like facies. They behave very well in the ward, complying with all the rules and regulations. They rarely complain and make no demands. These patients had no urge to communicate their sufferings and no insight into their condition. Point 2. My own belief is that the ambulatory patients in the ward of modern culture show many analogous symptoms of too much compliance and too little insight, though of course their symptoms are not so sudden and severe. Their lack of emotion and emptiness of expression are as characteristic of many contemporary anomics as hysteria or outlawry was characteristic of anomics in the societies depending on earlier forms of direction. Taken all together, the anomics ranging from overt outlaws to catatonic types who lack even the spark for living, let alone for rebellion, constitute a sizable number in America. Quite a little is known about them in terms of personality type, social class, preference in illness, and so on. In fact, social science and psychiatry have until recently been preoccupied with understanding the anomic and suggesting therapies, just as medicine has been concerned with fighting the external agents that make people sick rather than with understanding the internal mysteries that keep them well. Indeed, it is usually not too difficult to explain why someone is anomic, since the tragedies and warpings of life, like germs, are omnipresent, and any personal disaster can be traced back to its cause. We obviously know much less about those whom I call autonomous. Many will even deny that there are such people capable of transcending their culture at any time or in any respect. Those who become autonomous in our own society, for instance, seem to arise in a family background and class or regional setting that have had quite different consequences for others. In fact, autonomous, adjusted, and anomic types can be brothers and sisters within the same family, associates on the same job, residents in the same housing project or suburb. When someone fails to become autonomous, we can very often see what blockages have stood in his way, but when someone succeeds in the same overt setting in which others have failed, I myself have no ready explanation of this, and am sometimes tempted to fall back on constitutional or genetic factors, what people of an earlier era called the divine spark. Certainly, if one observes week-old infants in a hospital creche, one is struck with the varieties in responsiveness and aliveness before there has been much chance for culture to take hold. But, since this is a book about culture and character, I must leave such speculations to others. It seems reasonable to assume that a decisive step in the road toward autonomy is connected with the social shifts I have linked to the curve of population. To put this in the negative, it is difficult, almost impossible, in a society of high population growth potential, for a person to become aware of the possibility that he might change, that there are many roles open to him, roles other people have taken in history or in his milieu. As the philosopher G. H. Mead saw, this taking the role of the other leads to becoming aware of actual differences and potential similarities between the other and the self. That is why culture contact alone does not lead people to change when their interpretations of the contact spring out of a tradition-directed mode of life. High population growth potential, tradition direction, and the inability of the individual to change roles to think of himself as an individual capable of such change, these, as we saw, go together. For centuries the peasant farmers of Lebanon suffered from invasions by Arab horsemen. After each invasion the peasants began all over again to cultivate the soil, though they might do so only to pay tribute to the next marauder. The process went on until eventually the fertile valleys became virtual deserts, in which neither peasants nor nomads could hope for much. The peasants obviously never dreamed they could become horsemen, the marauders obviously never dreamed that they too might become cultivators of the soil. This epoch has the quality not of human history but of animal life. The herbivores are unable to stop eating grass, though they eat only to be devoured by the carnivores. And the carnivores cannot eat grass when they have thinned out the herbivores. In these societies dependent on tradition direction there is scarcely a notion that one might change character or role. If Arabs could imagine becoming cultivators, and vice versa, it would not necessarily follow that the symbiotic ecology of the two main groups would change. These tradition-directed types might still go on doing what they realized they need not do. Nevertheless, once people become aware, with the rise of inner direction, that they as individuals with a private destiny are not tied to any given ecological pattern, something radically new happens in personal and social history. Then people can envisage adapting themselves not only within the narrow confines of the animal kingdom but within the wide range of alternative possibilities illustrated but no more than illustrated by human experience to date. Perhaps this is the most important meaning of the ever-renewed discovery of the oneness of mankind as a species, that all human experience becomes relevant. The Arab who can see himself as a peasant, even though he would be, for reasons of temperament or other factors, unable to make so radical a shift, has already gained a new perspective on the relation, Arab-peasant. He may conceive of structuring it in some other way, by manipulation rather than by force, for instance. But if he did that, he would change, and so would the peasant. Their relations could never again have the old animal-like simplicity. The more advanced the technology, on the whole, the more possible it is for a considerable number of human beings to imagine being somebody else. In the first place, the technology spurs the division of labor, which, in turn, creates the possibility for a greater variety of experience and of social character. In the second place, the improvement in technology permits sufficient leisure to contemplate change, a kind of capital reserve in men's self-adaptation to nature, not on the part of a ruling few but on the part of many. In the third place, the combination of technology and leisure helps to acquaint people with other historical solutions to provide them, that is, not only with more goods and more experiences but also with an increased variety of personal and social models. How powerful such an influence can be the Renaissance indicates. Then, a richer picture of the past made it possible to live toward a more open future. Italians, newly rich and self-conscious, tried to imitate Greeks, and northern peoples, such as the Elizabethan English, tried to imitate Italians. The inner-directed character type emerged as the dominant type from the new possibilities created at this period. He built both those possibilities and the limits he put on them into his character. From the masses of the tradition-directed there arose many mobile ones who decided that they could be horsemen and no longer had to be cultivators, and the new technology and new lands beyond the sea gave them the necessary physical and intellectual store for the shift, while at the same time making it possible for the cultivators to support more non-cultivators. Ever since, in the countries of transitional population growth, men have robbed the earth of its fruits and the farmer of his progeny in order to build the industrial civilization, and the lowered birth rate, of today. In this process the farmer's progeny had to learn how to become something other than cultivators. Today again, in the countries of incipient population decline, men stand on the threshold of new possibilities of being and becoming, though history provides a less ready, perhaps only a misleading, guide. They no longer need limit their choices by gyroscopic adaptation but can respond to a far wider range of signals than any that could possibly be internalized in childhood. However, with the still further advance of technology and the change of frontiers from production to consumption, the new possibilities do not present themselves in the same dramatic form of passing from one class to another, of joining one or another side, the exploiting or the exploited in the factory and at the barricades. In fact, those, namely the communists, who try to structure matters according to these older images of power, have become perhaps the most reactionary and most menacing force in world politics. In a society of abundance that has reached the population phase of incipient decline, the class struggle alters as the middle class expands until it may number more than half of the whole population in occupational terms, with an even larger proportion measured in terms of income, leisure, and values. The new possibilities opening up for the individual are possibilities not so much for entering a new class but rather for changing one's style of life and character within the middle class. Under these conditions autonomy will not be related to class. In the era dependent on inner direction, when character was largely formed for work and at work, it made a great deal of difference whether one owned means of production or not. Today, however, the psychological advantages of ownership are very much reduced in importance. Character is increasingly formed for leisure and during leisure, and both leisure and means of consumption are widely distributed. Thus, adjusted, autonomous, and anomic outcomes are often the result of very impalpable variations in the way people are treated by and react to their education, their consumer training, and, generally, their encounters with people all within the broad status band of the middle class. To be sure, there may be correlations, as yet unnoticed, between autonomy and occupation. Work is far from having lost its relevance for character even today. And occupational status affects leisure status. Those who are potentially autonomous may select some occupations in preference to others. Beyond that, the day-by-day work experiences of members of different occupational groups will shape character. On the whole, however, it seems likely that the differences that will divide societies in the phase of incipient population decline will no longer be those between backbreaking work on the one hand and rentier status on the other, between misery and luxury, between long life and short life, those differences that dominated the thinking of men as varied as Charles Kingsley, Bellamy, Marx, and Veblen during the era of transitional population growth. Most people in America today, the overprivileged two-thirds, let us say, as against the underprivileged third, can afford to attend to, and allow their characters to be shaped by, situational differences of a subtler nature than those arising from bare economic necessity and their relations to the means of production. 2. The autonomous among the inner-directed. The autonomous person, living like everyone else in a given cultural setting, employs the reserves of his character and station to move away from the adjusted mean of the same setting. Thus, we cannot properly speak of an autonomous other-directed man, nor of an anomic other-directed man, but only of an autonomous man emerging from an era or group depending on other direction, or of an anomic man who has become anomic through his conflict with other-directed or inner-directed patterns or some combination of them. For autonomy, like anomy, is a deviation from the adjusted patterns, though a deviation controlled in its range and meaning by the existence of those patterns. The autonomous person in a society depending on inner direction, like the adjusted person of the same society, possessed clear-cut, internalized goals and was disciplined for stern encounters with a changing world. But whereas the adjusted person was driven toward his goals by a gyroscope over whose speed and direction he had hardly a modicum of control and of the existence of which he was sometimes unaware, his autonomous contemporary was capable of choosing his goals and modulating his pace. The goals, and the drive toward them, were rational, non-authoritarian and non-compulsive for the autonomous. For the adjusted, they were merely given. Obviously, however, as long as tight despotic or theocratic controls of conduct existed, it was difficult to choose oneself either in work or play. 4. While it is possible to be autonomous no matter how tight the supervision of behavior, as long as thought is free and thought as such is not invaded effectively until modern totalitarianism in practice, most men need the opportunity for some freedom of behavior if they are to develop and confirm their autonomy of character. Sartre, I believe, is mistaken in his notion that men other than a few heroic individuals can choose themselves under conditions of extreme despotism. The autonomous are not to be equated with the heroes. Heroism may or may not bespeak autonomy. The definition of the autonomous refers to those who are in their character capable of freedom, whether or not they are able to, or care to, take the risks of overt deviation. The case of Galileo illustrates both points. In order to accomplish his work, Galileo needed some freedom, such as the freedom to exchange astronomical texts and instruments, to write down results, and so on. Yet he chose a non-heroic course. In the Soviet Union and its satellites today he could not make this choice, since the choice between martyrdom or secrecy is not available under the grisly regime of the NKVD. The 4 centuries since the Renaissance have seen the rise and fall of many periods when theocratic, royal, or other authoritative controls were not as tight as in Soviet Russia today, periods also when economic life for many was raised above mere subsistence, thus providing opportunities for autonomy. And there were loopholes for autonomy even in the earlier despotic periods, since the despots were inefficient, corrupt, and limited in their aims. Modern totalitarianism is also more inefficient and corrupt than it is often given credit for being, but its aims are unlimited, and for this reason it must wage total war on autonomy with what ultimate effectiveness we do not yet know. For the autonomous person's acceptance of social and political authority is always conditional. He can cooperate with others in action while maintaining the right of private judgment. There can be no recognition whatever of such a right under totalitarianism. One reason why in the Soviet Union artistic works and scientific theories are so relentlessly scrutinized for deviationism, lest they conceal the seeds even of unconscious privacy and independence of perception. Fortunately for us, the enemies of autonomy in the modern democracies are less total and relentless. However, as Erich Fromm has insisted in Escape from Freedom, the diffuse and anonymous authority of the modern democracies is less favorable to autonomy than one might assume. One reason, perhaps the chief reason, is that the other directed person is trained to respond not so much to overt authority as to subtle but nonetheless constricting interpersonal expectations. Indeed, autonomy in an era depending on inner direction looks easier to achieve than autonomy today. Autonomy in an inner directed mode is, however, no longer feasible for most people. To understand why this is so requires a glance at the powerful bulwarks or defenses for autonomy that an era dependent on inner direction provided and that are no longer so powerful today. These include, in the Protestant lands, certain attitudes toward conscience, and everywhere, the bulwarks of work, property, class, and occupation as well as the comforting possibilities of escape to the frontier. In the first place, a Protestant or secular Protestant society of adjusted inner-directed types expects people to conform, not by looking to others but by obedience to their internal gyroscopes or consciences. This affords privacy, for while society may punish people more or less for what they do, it lacks the interest and psychological capacity to find out what they are. People are like the yachts in a Bermuda race, attentive not to each other but to the goal in view and the favoring winds. In the second place, there was always available a line of defense in the existence of frontiers of settlement and the right of asylum. The power to move around the globe in the days before passports placed limits on the tyrant's reach and gave reality to the concept of inalienable rights. 3 Roger Williams lighting out for himself, Voltaire shuttling back and forth over Europe, Karl Marx finding refuge in the British Museum, Carl Schurz fleeing to America. These are scenes from an almost vanished past. In the third place, the autonomous in the era dependent on inner direction had available to them the defenses provided by work itself, in a period when the adjusted people also were mainly work-oriented. Though it was hard to admit that one found joy in one's work in the Puritan countries, it was permissible to regard it as an end in itself, as well as a means to other ends. The hardness of the material attracted the autonomous, indeed again, like their less autonomous fellows often hardened them to all other considerations. The following passage from Claude Bernard's Experimental Medicine, first published in 1865, expresses this outlook. After all this, should we let ourselves be moved by the sensitive cries of people of fashion or by the objections of men unfamiliar with scientific ideas? All feelings deserve respect, and I shall be very careful never to offend anyone's. I easily explain them to myself, and that is why they cannot stop me. A physiologist is not a man of fashion, he is a man of science. Absorbed by the scientific idea which he pursues, he no longer hears the cry of animals, he no longer sees the blood that flows, he sees only his idea and perceives only organisms concealing problems which he intends to solve. Similarly, no surgeon is stopped by the most moving cries and sobs, because he seeks only his idea and the purpose of his operation. After what has gone before, we shall deem all discussion of vivisection futile or absurd. It is impossible for men, judging facts by such different ideas, ever to agree, and as it is impossible to satisfy everybody, a man of science should attend only to the opinion of men of science who understand him, and should derive rules of conduct only from his own conscience. 4. Such a man as Claude Bernard looked to his scientific colleagues, not for approval of himself as a person but for the validation of his objective work. He had less need for people, for warm interpersonal response, than the autonomous man who arises among the groups dependent on other direction. In the fourth place, property and class were substantial defenses for those who strove for autonomy. They protected not only the crazy millionaire's conspicuous consumption but the irreverence of the secluded Bentham and the integrated double life of that fine horseman and industrialist of Manchester, Friedrich Engels. People were protected, too, not only by their work and their property but by their position, be it elevated or humble. If people could manage to fulfill their occupational role, what they did in their off hours was more or less up to them. Charles Lamb as a petty official could write in his spare time. Hawthorne, and many other 19th-century American writers, held posts that did not require them to give much of themselves, certainly not the self-exploitation on and off the job asked of far better paid writers who hold hack jobs today. The hierarchical chain of occupations, once one achieved a position in it, held people in place with some degree of security, while permitting sufficient tether for the autonomous. Within certain given limits of property and place, one could move without arousing shocked antagonism, traumatic either in terms of one's feelings or one's worldly fate. Many of these same defenses, however, operated far more frequently as barriers to autonomy than as defenses for it. A society organized in terms of class, private property, and occupation resisted autonomy with all the weapons of family, wealth, religion, and political power. The complaints and protests of political and religious reformers, artists, and artisans against this type of largely bourgeois social organization, now vanishing, were true and just enough. But we must never forget that these barriers could frequently be organized as defenses of the individual. Once their flanks were turned by energy and talent, they provided the freedom in which autonomy as well as rentier complacency could flourish. In biographies and memoirs of the past several hundred years, we can reconstruct, as it were, the way in which individuals begin their struggle for autonomy within the despotic walls of the patriarchal family. The family operated, much more than the state, as the executive committee of the inner-directed bourgeois class, training the social character both of future members of that class and of future servants to it. Print, however, as we have seen, might succor a child in his lonely battle with parents, teachers, and other adult authorities, though a book might also disorient him and increase the pressure on him. But with good luck a book, like a sympathetic teacher or relative, might break the solid front of authority in the home. Not until adolescence were other children likely to be of much help, though then, especially when adolescent youth groups later took institutional form, they might assist the break from home. Adolescence, in fact, was usually the period of crisis for the boy or girl who sought autonomy. While even the adjusted had to make the passage from home, they moved thence into a social system that still held them fast, finding such authoritative parent surrogates as were necessary to calibrate their already internalized parental signals. However, the would-be autonomous youth, in breaking with parents, were breaking with authority as such, internalized as well as external. One can trace this process in all its poignancy in the development of John Stuart Mill, who got out from under his father only when well along in life, or of Franz Kafka, who never did. Once out in the world, the person struggling for autonomy faced directly the barriers of property if he was without it, of hierarchy if he sought to climb or oppose it, of religion if he contravened its controls on expression. In strongly Protestant communities in particular, one's discreet overt behavior could not assure to oneself the freedom Erasmus or Galileo had made use of. The result was that between the oversteered and the understeered there was little room for autonomy. The struggle to turn these obstacles into defenses was often too tough, and the individual was scarred for life, as were Marx, Balzac, Nietzsche, Melville, E. A. Robinson, and many other great men of the era dependent on inner direction. Still others, however, John Dewey, wiry Vermonter, was a magnificent example, and so, in a very different way, is Bertrand Russell more favored by fortune, could live lives of personal and intellectual collision and adventure with little inner conflict. 3. The autonomous among the other directed. Lawyers and lawmakers have a technique called incorporation by reference. By means of it they can refer in one statute or document to another without full quotation. In the same way I would like to incorporate by reference here the writings of Mill which deal with individuality, the autobiography, the essays on liberty and on social freedom, and the subjection of women. These writings represent an extraordinary foreshadowing of the problems of the autonomous individual when, with the decline of the older barriers to freedom, the newer and far more subtle barriers of public opinion in a democracy arise. Indeed, in reading modern writers, such as Sartre, Simone de Beauvoir, Erich Fromm, José Ortega y Gasset, and Bertrand Russell, who deal with similar themes, one is struck by the degree to which, underneath differences in idiom, their philosophic outlook resembles Mill's in many important respects. Mill wrote, "In this age the mere example of nonconformity, the mere refusal to bend the knee to custom, is itself a service." But his interest was more in the individual than in the service. He observed two tendencies that have grown much more powerful since he wrote. He saw, as many others did, that people no longer took their cues from dignitaries in church or state, from ostensible leaders, or from books, but rather from each other, from the peer group and its mass media organs, as we would say. He saw, as few others did, that this occurred not only in public matters but also in private ones, in the pursuit of pleasure and in the development of a whole style of life. All that has changed, perhaps, since he and Tocqueville wrote, is that the actions they saw as based on the fear of what people might say unconscious opportunism, that is, are today the more automatic outcome of a character structure governed, not only from the first but throughout life, by signals from outside. In consequence, a major difference between the problems of Mill's day and ours is that someone who today refuses to bend the knee to custom is tempted to ask himself, is this what I really want? Perhaps I only want it because. This comparison may overstate historical changes. The autonomous at all times have been questioners. The autonomous among the inner-directed, however, were partially shaped by a milieu in which people took many psychological events for granted, while the autonomous among the other-directed live in a milieu in which people systematically question themselves in anticipation of the questions of others. More important, in the upper socio-economic levels in the Western democracies today, these being the levels, except for the very highest, most strongly permeated by other direction, the coercions upon those seeking autonomy are not the visible and palpable barriers of family and authority that typically restricted people in the past. This is one reason why it is difficult, as an empirical matter, to decide who is autonomous when we are looking at the seemingly easy and permissive life of a social class in which there are no problems left, except for persons striving for autonomy. These latter, in turn, are incapable of defining the enemy with the relative ease of the autonomous person facing an inner-directed environment. Is the inside dopester an enemy, with his sympathetic tolerance, but veiled lack of interest, and his inability to understand savage emotions? Are they enemies, those friends who stand by, not to block but to be amused, to understand and pardon everything? An autonomous person of today must work constantly to detach himself from shadowy entanglements with this top level of other direction, so difficult to break with because its demands appear so reasonable, even trivial. One reason for this is that the autonomous person of today is the beneficiary of the greater sensitivity brought into our society, at great personal cost, by his autonomous predecessors of the era of inner direction. The latter, in rejecting the Philistine norm, were frequently very much preoccupied with taste, with what they liked, in their sensuous openness to experience, their awareness of personal nuance. Many of the Romantic poets and other artists of the 19th century were strikingly modern. What they put into their poems and other works, in refinement and subjectivity, is part of their legacy to the emotional vocabularies of our own day. These precursors, moreover, had no doubt as to who their enemies were. They were the adjusted middle-class people who aggressively knew what they wanted, and demanded conformity to it, people for whom life was not something to be tasted but something to be hacked away at. Such people of course still exist in great numbers, but, in the better educated strata of the larger cities, they are on the defensive, and opposition to them is no longer enough to make a person stand out as autonomous. Autonomy, I think, must always to some degree be relative to the prevailing modes of conformity in a given society. It is never an all-or-nothing affair, but the result of a sometimes dramatic, sometimes imperceptible struggle with those modes. Modern industrial society has driven great numbers of people into anomie, and produced a wan conformity in others, but the very developments which have done this have also opened up hitherto undreamed of possibilities for autonomy. As we come to understand our society better, and the alternatives it holds available to us, I think we shall be able to create many more alternatives, hence still more room for autonomy. It is easier to believe this than to prove or even illustrate it. Let me instead point to a number of areas in which people today try to achieve autonomy and to the enormous difficulties they meet. Bohemia, as has just been indicated, among the groups dependent on inner direction, the deviant individual can escape, geographically or spiritually, to Bohemia, and still remain an individual. Today, whole groups are matter-of-factly Bohemian, but the individuals who compose them are not necessarily free. On the contrary, they are often zealously tuned into the signals of a group that finds the meaning of life, quite unproblematically, in an illusion of attacking an allegedly dominant and punishing majority of Babbitts and Quakie-Uttle chiefs. That is, under the aegis of the veto groups, young people today can find, in the wide variety of people and places of metropolitan life, a peer group, conformity to which costs little in the way of search for principle. The nonconformist today may find himself in the position unanticipated by Mill, of an eccentric who must, like a movie star, accept the roles in which he is cast, lest he disappoint the delighted expectations of his friends. The very fact that his efforts at autonomy are taken as cues by the others must make him conscious of the possibility that the effort toward autonomy might degenerate into other-directed play-acting. What is here the autonomous path? Resistance to the seemingly casual demand of the sophisticated peer group that one's achievements be taken casually, or acceptance of this advanced attitude. What models is one to take? One's forefathers, who were surrounded by chaste and modest women. Or the contemporary Kinsey athletes who boast of freedom and experience. And, as women become more knowing consumers, the question of whether or when to assume the initiative becomes a matter for anxious speculation. Perhaps even more difficult roles are forced upon women. Also pioneers of the sex frontier, they must foster aggressiveness and simulate modesty. They have less chance to escape the frontier even temporarily through their work, for, if they have a profession, both men and women are apt to think that their skill detracts from their sexual life or that their sexual life detracts from their skill. Many middle-class women appear to have turned back, in a futile effort to recapture the older and seemingly more secure patterns. Tolerance is no problem when there is a wide gap between the tolerant and the tolerated. The mere expression of goodwill, and perhaps a contribution now and then, is all that is demanded. But when the slaves become freedmen, and the proletarians self-respecting workers, tolerance in this earlier sense must be replaced by a more subtle and appropriate attitude. Again, the would-be autonomous individual is hard put to it to approximate this. One frequently observes that, in emancipated circles, everything is forgiven Negroes who have behaved badly, because they are Negroes and have been put upon. This sails dangerously close to prejudice in reverse. Moral issues are befogged on both sides of the race line, since neither whites nor Negroes are expected to react as individuals striving for autonomy but only as members of the tolerating or the tolerated race. Plainly, to sort out what is valid today in the mood of tolerance from what is suspect requires a high level of self-consciousness. This heightened self-consciousness, above all else, constitutes the insignia of the autonomous in an era dependent on other direction. For, as the inner-directed man is more self-conscious than his tradition-directed predecessor and as the other-directed man is more self-conscious still, the autonomous man growing up under conditions that encourage self-consciousness can disentangle himself from the adjusted others only by a further move toward even greater self-consciousness. His autonomy depends not upon the ease with which he may deny or disguise his emotions but, on the contrary, upon the success of his effort to recognize and respect his own feelings, his own potentialities, his own limitations. This is not a quantitative matter, but in part an awareness of the problem of self-consciousness itself, an achievement of a higher order of abstraction. As we know all too well, such an achievement is a difficult thing. Many of those who attain it cannot manage to mold it into the structure of an autonomous life but succumb to anomie. Yet perhaps the enemy of such processes is preferable to the less self-conscious, though socially supported, anxiety of the adjusted who refuse to distort or reinterpret their culture and end by distorting themselves. The characterological struggle that holds the center of the stage today is that between other direction and inner direction, as against a background in which tradition direction gradually disappears from the planet. Now we already discern on the horizon a new polarization between those who cling to a compulsive adjustment via other direction and those who will strive to overcome this milieu by autonomy. But it seems to me unlikely that the struggle between those striving for autonomy and those other directed persons not capable of becoming autonomous or not desirous of allowing others so to become could be a ferocious one. For other direction gives men a sensitivity and rapidity of movement which under prevailing American institutions provide a large opportunity to explore the resources of character larger, as I shall try to show in the following chapters, than is now generally realized, and these suggest to me at least the possibility of an organic development of autonomy out of other direction. 13. False personalization, obstacles to autonomy in work. Only man can be an enemy for man, only he can rob him of the meaning of his acts and his life because it also belongs only to him to confirm it in its existence, to recognize it in actual fact as a freedom. My freedom, in order to fulfill itself, requires that it emerge into an open future. It is other men who open the future to me, it is they who, setting up the world of tomorrow, define my future. But if, instead of allowing me to participate in this constructive movement, they oblige me to consume my transcendence in vain, if they keep me below the level which they have conquered and on the basis of which new conquests will be achieved, then they are cutting me off from the future, they are changing me into a thing. Simone de Beauvoir, The Ethics of Ambiguity. Cultural definitions of work. The emotional reserves of the other directed are the possible sources of increased autonomy. But it should be clear from the discussion of the work, the play, and the politics of the other directed man that his reserves, while perhaps more flexible than those of the inner directed man, are constantly exhausted by his social organization. These reserves are especially exhausted by our current cultural definitions of work and play and the relations between them, definitions which, as we saw, introduce much strenuous play into the glad-handers work and much group adjustive work into their play. All of us are forced, to a degree, to accept these cultural definitions of work and play, just as we are forced to accept certain cultural definitions of class, sex, race, and occupational or social role. And the definitions are forced on us by the ways of the culture and by the socialization process we undergo, whether they happen to be timely or anachronistic, useful for or destructive of our resiliency and our fundamental humanity. Work has the greater prestige, moreover, it is thought of as alien to man. It is a sort of disciplined salvage operation, rescuing a useful social product from chaos and the disorders of man's innate laziness. The same era, that of transitional growth of population, that saw the most astounding increase in man's mastery over nature, took it as axiomatic, echoing a series of writers from Malthus to Sumner and Freud, that people had to be driven to work by economic necessity. Today, knowing more about the nature of man and of work, we still nevertheless tend to accept the psychological premise that work and productivity are disciplines exerted against the grain of man's nature. We do not quite see, though we are close to seeing, that what looks like laziness may be a reaction against the kind of work people are forced to do and the way in which they are forced to define it. Because work is considered more important than play, it has been traditional to take most seriously the work that looks least like play, that is, the more obviously physical or physically productive work. This is one of the reasons why the prestige of the tertiary occupations, particularly the distributive trades, is generally low. Our definitions of work also mean that the housewife, though producing a social work product, does not find her work explicitly defined and totaled, either as an hour product or a dollar product, in the national census or in people's minds. And since her work is not defined as work, she is exhausted at the end of the day without feeling any right to be, insult thus being added to injury. In contrast, the workers in the Detroit plant who finish their day's production goal in 3 hours and take the rest of the day off in loafing around the factory, are defined as 8-hour-per-day workers by themselves, by their wives, by the census. These cultural definitions of work have curious implications for the health of the economy as a whole and, therefore, derivatively for the chances of autonomy in living. We tend to emphasize the importance of expanding those parts of the economy that have prestige and to overlook economic opportunities in the parts closer to play. For example, in the days of the CCC camps, it was widely assumed that CCC work on fire trails was more important than CCC work on recreational areas, just as the WPA Federal Theater was considered as less important economically than the stalwart Georgian public buildings of the PWA. In our society, consumption is defined as a means rather than an end. This implies we consume in order to achieve full employment, and we look for full employment through more production of production rather than through an increased production of the enormous variety of recreational resources our leisure, our training in consumption, and our educational plan allow us to develop. However, by thinking of expansion of consumption in terms of the market for durable and semi-durable consumer goods, with the skies eagerly scanned for such new gadgets as television to hurl into the Keynesian multiplier formula, we are left open to an antiquated set of economic habits and assumptions. By clinging to them, one heavy draft, politically feasible outlet remains for the overexpanded primary and secondary spheres, a war economy. Indeed, the struggle for autonomy, for a personally productive orientation, one based on the human need for active participation in a creative task, has become more exigent because we live in a period when the solution of the technical problems of production is in sight. The institutions and character of the inner-directed man combined to prevent him from choosing his work, and made him accept it as a Malthusian necessity. Both the institutions and character of the other-directed man give him a potentially greater degree of flexibility in redefining and restructuring the field of work. Objectively, the new situation surrounding work permits a reduction of hours; subjectively, it permits a withdrawal of the concern work demanded in the earlier era and the investment of this concern in non-work. Instead of attempting to undertake this revolution, however, other-directed man prefers to throw into work all the resources of personalization, of glad-handing, of which his character is capable, and just because he puts so much energy and effort into work, he reaps the benefit of being able to continue thinking it important. Two glamorizers, featherbedders, indispensables. We turn now to the first of a pair of twin concepts that will concern us in this and the following chapter. The one, I shall call false personalization, the other, enforced privatization. We have met false personalization in this book before, in the form of the spurious and effortful glad hand. I see false personalization as a principal barrier to autonomy in the sphere of work. It is this, more than such technical problems of production as still remain, that exhausts the emotional energies of the other-directed man. Enforced privatization is a principal barrier to autonomy, but, as we shall see, by no means the only one in the sphere of play. Privatization will be our generic term for the restrictions, economic, ethnic, hierarchical, familial, that keep people from adequate opportunities for leisure, including friendship. To some degree, those who suffer most from false personalization at work also suffer most from enforced privatization at play. There is a dialectic of social and individual advance that makes it likely that, if these barriers to autonomy should be overcome, we would then be privileged to become aware of still others. Man's freedom, since it must be won anew in each generation, is only slightly accumulative growth. Yet it makes sense to point to some apparent major difficulties which block autonomy today by draining energies that could be more productively used, even while granting that we scarcely know what autonomy will look like, or require, with these blockages removed. White-collar personalization, toward glamour. The inner-directed manager never saw his secretary. The latter, as a member of a different class and, often, a different ethnic group, also seldom saw the boss as an individual. Brought together by the invisible hand, both were concentrated on the work, not on each other, save as a benevolent but insensitive paternalism bridged the social gap. By contrast, the other-directed manager, while he still patronizes his white-collar employees, is compelled to personalize his relations with the office force whether he wants to or not, because he is part of a system that has sold the white-collar class as a whole on the superior values of personalization. The personalization is false, even where it is not intentionally exploitative, because of its compulsory character. Like the antagonistic cooperation of which it forms a part, it is a mandate for manipulation and self-manipulation among those in the white-collar ranks and above. We can see the change in comparing the attitudes toward women's office work signified by two Chicago dailies. 1. The Tribune, stands by the older values of job-mindedness, the other, the Sun-Times, speaks implicitly for the newer values of personalization. The Tribune conducts a regular daily column called White Collar Girl, which preaches the virtues of efficiency and loyalty. Its tone suggests that it is written for the office girl who wants a paternalistic response from a somewhat distant boss but does not expect much more. It is beamed at readers who on the whole accept the classic inner-directed pattern of office management, though just the same they would not mind if the boss personalized a bit more, while staying definitely boss. The Sun-Times speaks to a presumably somewhat more liberal and progressive group in the same occupational stratum but under the general classification of the career girl. The career girl is appealed to not in a single column focused on the employee relationship but in a variety of columns emphasizing careers, successful self-promotion by glamorous women, and articles on the psychology of office relationships. These articles project the sense of a personnel-managed economy in which most executives are dutifully other-directed and, whether male or female executives, interested in the girls as more than the help, in fact, as glamour-exuding personalities. The Sun-Times makes a much closer connection between styles of sociability at leisure and at the workplace than the Tribune does. It conveys the idea that the boss is personalizing all the time, and as well as he knows how, and that the problem, virtually the only problem for the white-collar girl, is to determine the style in which to respond to the boss and to make him responsive. The Tribune, far less interested in what we may call mood engineering, retains respect for the non-glamorous skills of shorthand and typing. Where there is apathy about politics, we expect to find an appeal to glamour. So here, where there is apathy about work, the appeal is again to glamour, which depends less on the work itself than on whom one does it for. Most unpopular of all is work in a pool, which minimizes glamour, or work for a woman boss, which inhibits it. It appears that the women actually wish to throw their emotional reserves into the office situation, rather than to protect them for the play situation. And we must conclude from this that neither their work nor their play is very meaningful in itself. This puts the boss, in effect, in the position of having to satisfy an almost limitless demand for personalization that is partly based on the unsatisfactory nature of the white-collar girl's life outside the office. Their enforced privatization often prevails. Despite an urban milieu, white-collar girls seldom have the resources, educational, financial, simply spatial, to vary their circles of friendship and their recreations. Grasping at glamour, these women are driven to find it while at work, in the boss and in the superstructure of emotions they weave into the office situation. That the other-directed manager helped start this chain of personalization because he, too, holds skill in disrepute is not much comfort to him when he must personalize, not only as a banker selling bonds, a statesman selling an idea, or an administrator selling a program, but also simply as a boss or customer surrounded by white-collar girls. This new sensitivity, moreover, to those of lower status makes it difficult for people to extricate themselves from chains of false personalization by wearing a completely alien work mask. Some inner-directed people can do this, they simply do not see the others as people, or as highly differentiated and complicated people. But the other-directed managers, professionals, and white-collar workers cannot so easily separate coercive friendliness on the job from a spontaneous expression of genuine friendliness off the job. The conversation of the classes, factory model. The white-collar worker imitates, even caricatures, the style of the other-directed upper middle class. The factory worker, on the other hand, is from Missouri. He has to be sold on the virtues of the glad hand. And to date, he has not been. On the whole, the manager has an uphill fight in getting factory workers in large unionized plants to accept the proffered glad hand, and this very resistance furnishes him with a virtually unlimited agenda for the devouring of the energies that he can devote to work. As we saw earlier, he can go on endlessly adding people to the management group, training directors, counselors, and other morale builders, and he can also become involved in arranging research on morale to test the efficacy of these men and measures. Just as the factory worker, when he was at school, regarded the teachers as management and went on strike or slowdown against their well-intentioned or class-biased efforts, so in the factory he does not take the glad hand held out by the personnel department. Indeed, while the manager believes that high production attests high morale, the opposite may be the case. High morale can coexist with low production via featherbedding. For if the workers feel united in solidarity and mutual understanding, which they would define as high morale, the conditions exist for facilitating slowdowns and the systematic punishing of rate busters. There are many managers, however, who do not content themselves with allowing top management and the personnel department to tell workers that they have a stake in the output and that their work is important and glamorous whether it is or not. Many sincerely seek to put plans into operation that give workers an actually greater share by rearrangement of ownership, production planning, and control. One aim of these proposals is to introduce emotional vitality, or a game-like spirit, into the factory. Both results, along with higher productivity, are often attained. But the harmony of feelings between manager and worker often matters more to the manager than to the worker or the work process, partly because, as we have seen, the other directed manager cannot stand hostility and conflict, partly, as we have also seen, because trying to eliminate hostility and conflict keeps him busy, more important, perhaps, because contemporary American ideology cannot conceive of the possibility of hostility or indifference between members of the work team not adversely affecting production. The achievement of harmony sometimes becomes not a byproduct of otherwise agreeable and meaningful work but an obligatory prerequisite. The consequence in some cases may even be to slow down the work because people have been led to expect harmony of mood, and need to be persuaded and re-persuaded constantly that it exists. This does not deny that much can and needs to be done to reduce the monotony of the production line and the tactlessness of the supervisors. When the morale engineers have power to move people from job to job and to change team patterns, they accomplish a great deal. But, as I have said, it is often the psychological needs of the managers that determine the emphasis and priority of factory reorganization. Meanwhile, two groups stand out against the better integration of the workers into the work team: the isolates, who, while doing their production job, refuse to involve themselves in the harmony of feelings of the factory workers, and, on the other hand, the much larger group of featherbedders who involve themselves all too well. Both these groups seek to retain their emotional freedom against the efforts of the factory to force them to mix work and play. The isolate does not want to be involved in emotional planning and factory group dynamics. The featherbedders simply resist what they consider the boss's exploitation. Obviously, in the face of such resistance it will be a long time before the factory worker follows the example of the white-collar worker and, in imitation of the boss, puts pressure on him to personalize still more and better. But perhaps we see here one source for the envy of the working class that many middle-class people feel. They envy not only its greater freedom in overt aggression but also the very refusal to get involved in the work situation and the consequent ability to save reserves for play even where the work is monotonous, physically tiring, or sweated. The Club of Indispensables. Responding to the personalizations of the secretary or trying to give mood leadership to the factory floor, these occupations do not alone account for the manager's keeping himself busy. He is busy because he is more than busy, he is indispensable. He clings to the notion of scarcity that was so thoroughly elaborated in the official American culture of the school, the church, and politics. He needs to combat the notion that he himself might not be so scarce that he might be dispensable. And surely, in the world as it is now, this fear of being considered surplus is understandably frightening. Yet the other directed man buys his feeling of being scarce at the expense of failing to see how little work, and much less teamwork, is needed in many productive sectors to keep the society rolling too. It is of the very nature of false personalizing to conceal this fact. And of course the cultural definitions of work also play a part in building up the notion of indispensability. For instance, by making paid work an ideal expression of man's effortfulness, and in providing the indispensables with secondary gains, such as sympathy from wives and children and exculpation from demands and possibilities of leisure. 3. The over-personalized society. One of the possibilities for opening up channels for autonomy, then, is to depersonalize work, to make it less strenuous emotionally, and to encourage people to decide for themselves whether and how much they want to personalize in what the culture inescapably requires in the way of work. But of course there are psychological obstacles in the way of any institutional changes. The character of the other-directed man is elicited by contemporary institutions, and then, as an adult, he demands that the institutions exploit the character he has come to assume as his. Consequently, if the institutions should no longer employ him in the way he expects to be employed, will he not feel empty emotionally? Percival and Paul Goodman asked themselves the same question in Communitas, a book which includes one of the most imaginative discussions of work and play in any contemporary writing. 3. They portray a utopia in which people could earn their living by a minimum of effort and would then be faced with the really shocking problem of how to get through the day. Suddenly, the Americans would find themselves rescued from the physical necessity and social pressure which alone, perhaps, had been driving them to their habitual satisfactions. They might suddenly find the commercial pleasures flat and unpalatable, but they would not therefore suddenly find any resources within themselves. Like that little girl in the progressive school, longing for the security of the grown-ups making her decisions for her, who asks, "Teacher, today again do we have to do what we want to do?" There appear to be two major ways of reducing the demands of work, one through automatization, which would release the attention of many of us from productive processes entirely, and the other through making use of the potentialities for impersonality in our productive and distributive processes. Both these developments are strenuously resisted, and not only by men who find work as a machine tender, boring as it sometimes is, less boring than the alternatives. In fact, I believe we would now be much further on the road to the wholly automatic factory if management did not harbor residual and surely understandable fears that without work we would be lost. This fallacy is characteristic of the proposals for introducing joy and meaning into modern industrialism that come from the schools of de Man, Mayo, and many other recent writers. These men, like some of the syndicalists and those who put their faith in the cooperatives, want to restore the personal relations at work characteristic of a society dependent on tradition direction as well as of the earlier stages of inner direction. They would like, in a fallacy of misplaced participation, to personalize, emotionalize, and moralize the factory and white-collar worlds at every point. At least in America they make the mistake of seeing our civilization as an impersonal society and bemoaning it. For the long run, I think it makes more sense to work with rather than against the grain of impersonality in modern industry, to increase automatization in work but for the sake of pleasure and consumption and not for the sake of work itself. For many white-collar workers, as we have seen, false personalization is the only personalizing that they meet. For many factory workers featherbedding is the only sociability they get. Work, when it has these overtones for people, still remains real, important, and magnetic. This was one lure that during the last war drew many women of the middle and lower middle classes into the factories and held them there despite poor working conditions, inadequate transportation, and pressure from spouses. Escaping from domestic lives of extreme privatization, they were willing, even eager, to accept the most monotonous-seeming jobs. Any effort, therefore, further to automatize work must take account not only of temporary technological unemployment but of the situation of those overly privatized ones who still suffer from the residual barriers of family, poverty, and hierarchy we have inherited from the era dependent on inner direction. But surely we can think of better things for them than the factory as a refuge from home, just as we can think of better ways of giving poverty-stricken people security and good medical care than shutting them up in prison or mental hospitals. The automate versus the glad hand. In the present state of our social and economic accounting, I find it impossible to say where necessary personalization ends and unnecessary personalization begins. Nor have I the indexes to separate profitably productive effort from busy work. I cannot tell, for example, how much the slow progress toward automatization in the tertiary trades is due to low wages, engaging Negro laundresses and pressers in a muscular race with existing mechanical power, how much to failure to invent the necessary machinery, how much to consumer demand to buy personalization along with the product, and how much to the needs of the workforce itself to personalize, for reasons already given, whether the consumer asks for it or not. It is also hard to judge how much the consumer's demand for individual attention inevitably conflicts with the producer's right to freedom from unnecessary personalization. Retail trade offers a particularly difficult problem in this connection. The growth of the consumer and luxury market in the United States, coupled with the rise of other direction, make the salesperson's work harder than it was in 1900. Then, for example, the salesgirl in the Fifth Avenue store sold her limited stock to the carriage trade at a pace set for her by the relative slowness of the trade itself. To be sure, shopping was a pastime even then. But the customer was not in a hurry, nor, within the range of her class-based style, was she too anxious about her choice. Moreover, the salesgirl, serving only a few customers, could recall their requirements and therefore be of some assistance where assistance was in order. Today the salesgirl in the department store, a typical figure in the distributive chain of personalization, faces a mass clientele huge in size, nervous in motion, and unsure in taste. She is asked to respond in a hurry to a series of vaguely specified wants. These observations suggest that much of the pathos of our current stage of industrialism resides in the fact that we need rapidly to expand the tertiary trades that cater to leisure, while these are the very trades which may today combine the greatest difficulty and tediousness of physical work. There is much of this, for instance, in the department store along with the severest emotional demands. The problem of where to automatize is generally looked at by economists as a problem in investment and reinvestment, and also in labor mobility. Yet perhaps a national capital goods budget should include in its forecasts a guess as to the degree of false personalization that it may evoke or eliminate. What we very much need is a new type of engineer whose job it is to remove psychic hazards springing from false personalization, as safety engineers now remove hazards that endanger life and limb. For instance, such an engineer might seek a way of making gas pumps automatic like slot machines and of turning service stations into as nearly automatic form as some of the most up-to-date roundhouses for engines now are. In factories and offices, an effort could be made, by careful layout engineering, to eliminate working conditions and locations that coerce the emotions, making sure meanwhile that other jobs are available for those displaced by automatization. Some imagination and ingenuity will be required to construct indexes by which to measure the amount of false personalization required by a given job under normal conditions and to set ceilings beyond which such personalization would not be allowed to go. It would be interesting to review from this perspective the present trend in America to get rid of private offices and have everybody work democratically in a single accessible and well-lighted room. For many, I would guess, the dual requirement that one be sociable and get the work done has the same consequences that it does in school and college, of leading to censure of those who too obviously like their work, and of anxiety on the part of those who cannot simultaneously orient themselves to the task at hand and to the human network of observers. For others, there must be a reduction in the anxiety of isolated work, and a net gain in friendliness. In the distributive trades, where the salesperson is confronted at every turn by customers, there can be no solution through private offices, but only through further automatization. Bellamy saw some of the possibilities quite lucidly, and in looking backward he made consumer purchasing take the form of giving an order untouched by human hands to merchandising centers much like the local depots in which one today can make out orders to Sears or Montgomery Ward. Clearly, if most vending could be made automatic, both consumers and salespeople would be saved from much motion and emotion. The supermarket, the automat, the mail order house, all dependent on colorful, accurate display and advertising, are the technical inventions that widen the interstices of the distribution system where autonomy can thrive. Bellamy also suggests to us how we may reduce some of the guilt many of us feel at living a relatively easy life while others are engaged in the irreducible minimum of hard and unpleasant jobs, a guilt which is certainly far more widespread in an era of other direction, and which may deepen rather than not with an increase in autonomy. His plan, requiring all youth to serve a 3-year term in the Industrial Army, was designed by him to facilitate national industrial organization and to guide the young in their final vocational choices. When the CCC gave us something of the same sort, it was, like so many of the good things we do, only for relief. The well-off were excluded. Something like a combination of Bellamy's army and the CCC would perhaps serve all of us as an initiatory alleviation of guilts about later, unproductive work, pending the arrival of our new definitions of productiveness. Once people had done an arduous stint in the late adolescent years of strong energies and, for some, of strong idealisms, they might feel entitled to the life of Riley. Certainly, many veterans, studying or loafing in an interesting way under the G.I. Bill of Rights, the phrase is exceedingly important, would feel guilty about pulling down a check from Uncle Sam had they not suffered their share of deprivation. These are suggestions for social solutions, but we need not wait on them. Those seeking autonomy might simply refuse to take the cultural definitions of what constitutes work for granted, a kind of strike, not against work as such but against the requirement that all recruitable emotional energies be harnessed to work by an endless reciprocal chain. Thoreau was a first-class surveyor. He chose this occupation, a near-vanished craft skill par excellence, as a well-paying one that would give him a living if he worked 1 day a week. Dr. William Carlos Williams is a popular general practitioner in Rutherford, New Jersey. Charles Ives worked by heading an agency that sold $500 million worth of insurance, and he played by composing some of the more significant, though least recognized, music that has been produced in this country. Ives felt not in the least guilty about the money he made or about the fact that he lived a normal American life, rather than a bohemian one. Yet many men are unwilling to do what these men have done, or what Charles Lamb or Hawthorne or many others did in the 19th century, to justify their work primarily by its paycheck, especially if the work is short and the paycheck large. Instead, as we have seen, they try by false personalization, by mood leadership, by notions of indispensability, and by countless similar rituals and agendas, to fill up the vacuum created by high productivity. Yet people's real work, the field into which, on the basis of their character and their gifts, they would like to throw their emotional and creative energies, cannot now conceivably coincide, perhaps in the majority of cases, with what they get paid for doing. 14. Enforced privatization, obstacles to autonomy in play. I may remark that though in that early time I seem to have been constantly eager to exchange my lot for that of somebody else, on the assumed certainty of gaining by the bargain, I fail to remember feeling jealous of such happier persons in the measure open to children of spirit. I had rather a positive lack of the passion, and thereby, I suppose, a lack of spirit, since if jealousy bears, as I think, on what one sees one's companions able to do as against one's falling short, envy, as I knew it at least, was simply of what they were, or in other words of a certain sort of richer consciousness supposed, doubtless often too freely supposed, in them. Henry James, A Small Boy and Others. Because the distribution of leisure in America has been rapid as well as widespread, leisure presents Americans with issues that are historically new. At the same time, part of the promise of leisure and play for the other-directed man is that it may be easier in play than in work to break some of the institutional and characterological barriers to autonomy. Play, far from having to be the residual sphere left over from work time and work feeling, can increasingly become the sphere for the development of skill and competence in the art of living. Play may prove to be the sphere in which there is still some room left for the would-be autonomous man to reclaim his individual character from the pervasive demands of his social character. Admittedly, we know very little about play, partly as the result of the cultural definitions that give priority to work. Research has been concerned mainly with the social character of the producer. Only recently has the same attention been paid to the consumer, We have still to discover the player. Yet is it sensible to suggest research into play when it is possible that it would lead to increasing public and systematic interference with an area that ideally deserves privacy and lack of system? Perhaps a conspiracy of silence about leisure and play is their best protection? Rather than speaking about how one should play, or what the play of man seeking autonomy should be, which is in any case beyond me, I turn to a consideration of restrictions on freedom in the field of play generally. The denial of sociability. In the previous chapter we noted the excess of sociability, in the form of false personalization, which is forced on many people in our economy. Nevertheless, I do not deny that for the other-directed man a deficit of sociability is even more serious than an excess. The presence of the guiding and approving others is a vital element in his whole system of conformity and self-justification. Depriving him of the sociability his character has come to crave will not make him autonomous, but only anomic, resembling in this the cruelty of depriving the addict of liquor or drugs by a sudden incarceration. Moreover, if the other-directed man is seeking autonomy, he cannot achieve it alone. He needs friends. The other-directed man is socialized in a peer group of children who resemble him in such visible indexes as age, color, and class, but who may not resemble him at all in his more private temperament, interests, and fantasies. He has learned, if he is adjusted, to look like those others with whom he has been brought up, with whom he has learned cooperation, tolerance, and restraint of temper. In this process he has learned to forget aspects of his character that are not social, not other-directed. As long as he continues to remain in a peer group of his happenstance neighborhood, his occupational colleagues, his status equals or would-be equals, the chances are that he may not notice, or notice only in boredom and other vague unrest, any discrepancies between his image of himself and his image of the others. Conversely, if he should begin to find himself among people who welcome and appreciate, or at least do not punish, expression and exploration of these buried parts of the self, he may be able to move toward greater autonomy. To make this move, however, requires the ability, psychological and institutional, to find one's way to the new friends, the new or overlapping peer group. As matters stand, however, greater freedom of choice in friendship is hardly the most fashionable remedy offered today for the problems modern urban people find in their sociability. Many critics of contemporary life would move in the exactly opposite direction, on the assumption that people have not too little freedom but too much. Some of these critics speak from a religious platform, others out of a preoccupation with urban anomie. Greatly troubled by the fact that Americans move their households every few years, they do not seek to make this movement easier by developing, for example, trailers or Buckminster Fuller-type houses that possess a relative freedom from particular sites. Rather, they would like to freeze people into communities in which friendship will be based largely on propinquity. They are apt to share the outlook of the city planner who said that he thought the ideal communities in America were to be found among the rural Negroes of the Deep South and the French Canadians of the Quebec villages. It was disclosed later in the conversation that his own friends were scattered over 2 continents. Here we find the classes attempting to force roots upon the masses, just as the Doboans try by magical incantations to keep their yam tubers in place. We might term those critics the neo-traditionalists. They seem to want to deny to others the privileges of modern society which, however, they themselves take as a matter of course. Their own choice is for French food one day and Italian the next, they select their ideas from all ages and their friends from all places, they enjoy primitive African and Renaissance Italian sculpture and read books in 4 languages. These are felt as advantages, not liabilities, and it is ironic that many sophisticated other-directed people, out of fear, impatience, fashion, and boredom, express nostalgia for a time in the past in which they could not have had such choices. Mark Twain's Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court indicates a greater awareness of the irony, and Twain, with all his bitterness, expresses a sounder sentiment about the road back. Despite such critical voices, however, American sociability, i.e., the friendship market, like the American goods market, is in many ways the freest and largest in the world. Parents can monitor their children's social relations only at the class and ethnic fringe, and this they are still free to do assiduously. In adolescence, however, the automobile frees many Americans from parentally supervised sociability. By adulthood, ease of transport, unity of language, and plenty of spending money release people for vacations, parties, and trips in search of many and varied friends. Nevertheless, the friendship market is beset with many tariffs, economic, political, and cultural. First of all, there are the grosser inequities in the distribution of income that limit individual access to consumer goods, leisure, and play. Although floors are built under the consumption of some farmers and workers, many of them fancy featherbedders, other farmers and workers remain unprotected by subsidies or wage contracts and are therefore excluded from the 4-H club culture or UAW culture variants of taste, sociability, and play. These exclusions and privatizations have complex results for the excluders and, in general, for the more privileged groups. In particular, the other directed may find their paths to autonomy twisted by guilt for the excluded, by the limitation of their own choices that exclusion entails, and by the overall reduction of the potentialities for play of the economy that is the consequence of such reduction in any of its subsectors. On the other hand, sociability is sometimes subtly and paradoxically limited by the very efforts undertaken, in the name of tolerance, to cross the tariff walls and to establish associations that the general culture may still call guilty ones. The other directed man, moving with a tolerant peer group, is not permitted to expand his friendships to wider social strata at his own pace. He may be asked suddenly to drop not only one barrier at a time, say, the caste barrier, but to, say, the class barrier as well. For example, he may be asked to meet Negroes of a class position lower than his own, while the moral issue is posed for him simply in terms of color. This can happen to him at precisely the time when he has cut himself off from the customary sources of his morality and, thereby, from the personal forcefulness he needs in order to live up to his new equalitarian values. One possibility here is that he will feel sudden panic at the forcible dropping of tariffs on the friendship market to which his psychic economy has grown accustomed, and react violently in favor of his older standards. 2. Sociability and the privatization of women. As with other minorities, the education and partial emancipation of women puts the majority, in this case, the men, in an ambiguous position. They are no longer protected against women by a rigid etiquette or other formal arrangements. Moreover, as we saw earlier, women make sexual demands and offer sexual potentialities that their mothers would never have dreamed of, or would only have dreamed of. By the same token, they make demands for understanding and companionship. But men, already anxious among the antagonistic cooperators of their own sex, do not always welcome the cooperation and companionship from the opposite sex that the dropping of an older tariff permits and in a way requires. While the inner directed man, who could still patronize women, complained to his mistress that his wife did not understand him, the other directed man in effect complains that his women understand him all too well. These uneasinesses caused by the newly liberated are one source of the current attempts to reprivatize women by redefining their role in some comfortably domestic and traditional way. Many people, both men and women, are troubled by the so-called disintegration of the family and look longingly back to the family structure of societies at an early point on the curve of population. They usually fail to see that the current divorce rate is, in part, an index of the new demands made upon marriage for sociability and leisure by sensitive middle-class couples, that these demands not only begin high, in the choice of a mate, but, as Margaret Mead has observed, include the expectation that each partner grow and develop at approximately the same rate. 1. To be sure, many divorces are the result of wildcatting on the sex frontier that our leisure society has opened up for exploitation by others than aristocrats and bums, and by women as well as men. Yet clearly, any effort by the neo-traditionalists to close the sex frontier, while it might help restore the glamour sin had in the earlier era, would be irrelevant to the problems created by the greater demands a leisure-oriented people put upon their choice in companionship, sexual and otherwise. What is obviously demanded is the development of a new model of marriage that finds its opportunity precisely in the choices that a free divorce, leisure society opens up. Because women are less privatized than they have traditionally been, marriage offers more for millions of people than ever before in its long history. Nevertheless, we have quite a way to go before women can associate with men at work and play on any footing of equality. Today, men who find it easy and natural to get along with women and prefer mixed company both at work and at play have to fight the residues of the older privatization. For one thing, they are hardly able to avoid many stag occasions, into which some men retreat from the liberations forced on them by the new intersex ethics. As the latency period in childhood gets shorter and shorter, so that boys can be boys only from 6 to 10, adult males try to create or retain artificial latency periods in which they will not be under pressure from women or, worse, from male judgments as to how they are succeeding with women. Thus, both sexes experience the limits, pressures, and guilts of emancipation. Hence, we should not be surprised to see in the social strata where other direction prevails that very considerable privatization even of the women of higher economic class still goes on, and that these women, often compulsory players and consumers, have not solved the problems of competence in play. The heroine of Let's Go Out Tonight, for example, is frozen into her suburban cottage, cut off from the whole friendship market of both men and women except those she can meet socially with her husband. Many suburbanites, not to speak of farm wives, are much worse off. The husband drives to work in the only car and leaves his wife a prisoner at home with the small children, the telephone, and the radio or television. Such women can easily become so uninteresting that they will remain psychological prisoners even when the physical and economic handicaps to their mobility are removed. And this privatization in turn limits the friendship choices and increases the guilts of everyone else. As we saw earlier, the war helped deprivatize many women who welcomed work in industry or other war work as a real increase in their sociability. Even in those cases where earnings are not vital to the established living standards of a family, the working woman frequently does find her way to an independence that would hardly be recognizable by the middle-class woman of the 19th century. This independence lays the groundwork for some autonomy in play, even when the work remains, as it does for most working women, routine. Of course, some middle and upper middle class women do have time to play. Such women can move into the peer groups of the bridge players, the garden clubbers, any of the other groups of pastimers. The transition sounds easy. The difficulty is that women are being driven out of many of the areas in which they formerly occupied their leisure with amateur competence. For example, they are no longer welcome as ladies bountiful. The social workers have so professionalized the field of helping people that any intrusion by benevolent amateurs is deeply resisted and resented. Likewise, amateurs can no longer help such people, unless they are willing, as nurses' aides, to help registered nurses be professionals by doing all the dirty work for them. They cannot help others enjoy themselves, because settlement work and recreational activities have also been professionalized. While local chapters of the League of Women Voters and the YWCA have a good deal of leeway in developing programs and have an opportunity to relate these to local needs, there is considerable reluctance to try out innovating programs that have not been tested elsewhere or suggested by the national offices. Thus, although with important exceptions, everywhere women turn to put their part-time energies to work, they face a veto group and its insistence that, to participate, they must go through channels or become slaves and money raisers for those who control the channels. And money raising itself is now increasingly professionalized, with only the money giving left to the participants. Reacting to this situation, the women either sink back into indifference or conclude, like their working class sisters, that only through a job, a culturally defined job, will they be liberated. Instead of moving toward autonomy in play, an autonomy toward which they could also help their men, they often simply add to their own domestic problems all the anxieties men endure at work. 3. Packaged sociabilities. These culturally defined tariffs that crisscross the friendship market among the American peer groups severely limit the choices any given individual has for finding those who can help him become autonomous. Perhaps one other example should be mentioned, namely the tendency toward self-privatization on the part of the various not quite assimilated ethnic groups. For we encounter here a rather paradoxical development, which results from a change in the meanings read into the otherwise admirable doctrine of cultural pluralism. What has happened is that the older pressures toward forcible Americanization which we associate with the settlement house have receded. Only recent groups of poverty-stricken immigrants, like the Mexicans and Puerto Ricans, are steadily subjected to such pressures. The lower-class Negro, Italian, Jew, or Slav is permitted to approach the American middle-class norm at more or less his own pace. Under the practice of cultural pluralism, this means that the ethnic groups are no longer urged to accept the whole package of work and play as the Americans define it. On the contrary, the ethnics are invited to add to the variety of the nation by retaining the colorful flavors of their racial heritages. As we saw in discussing food, these are precisely the heritages that are combed over by the dominant groups in search of gastronomical differentiations. Point 2. So far, so good. But at the same time the middle and upper class Negro, Italian, Jew, or Slav is not quite assimilated, he remains identifiably, or in his own feeling, an ethnic. He is kept from complete social participation in the dominant groups by subtle and not so subtle barriers. Meanwhile, veto group leaders in his own ethnic group come along to urge him to welcome the autarky thus partially forced on him from outside, to confine his sociability voluntarily to his own group, and to obey the group's norms in the uses of leisure. This, too, is called cultural pluralism, though for the individual it operates to restrict him to a single culture. Thus, for example, while lower-class Negroes in the big northern cities are immobilized by poverty and segregation, the upper-middle-class Negroes are subject to their race leaders' definitions of what it means to be a Negro, especially in those fields, like leisure, which, more than the field of work, are under race control. Sociability with whites runs risks not only from the side of the newly liberated whites but from the pressures of the race leaders, who may, for instance, interpret friendliness as Uncle Tomism. Other leisure pursuits may similarly become tainted by race considerations. In some circles, middle-class Negroes are forbidden to like jazz because there are whites who patronize Negroes as the creators of jazz. Other Negroes may be compelled to take pride in jazz or in Jackie Robinson, as Jews may be required to take pride in Israel or Einstein. Still, other middle-class Negroes cannot enjoy watermelon or other foods that are part of the traditional Negro diet, and certainly are not allowed to enjoy popular culture portrayals such as those of Rochester or Amos and Andy. Similarly, while the lower-class Jew is not much bothered by metaphysical definitions of Jewishness, the almost but not wholly assimilated Jew is subservient to the Jewish cultural compartmentalizers who tell him what his leisure should be like and who his friends should be. Sociability in these groups is thus limited by a combination of external pressure from the majority, and cultural dictation from within the minority. Play and sociability are then consumed in guilty or anxious efforts to act in accordance with definitions of one's location on the American scene, a location which, like a surviving superstition, the individual cannot fully accept or dare fully to reject. 15. The problem of competence, obstacles to autonomy in play, continued. For as soon as labor is distributed, each man has a particular and exclusive sphere from which he cannot escape. He is a hunter, a fisherman, a shepherd, or a critical critic, and must remain so if he does not want to lose his means of livelihood, while in a communist society, where nobody has one exclusive sphere of activity, but each can become accomplished in any branch he wishes, society regulates the general production and thus makes it possible for one to do one thing today and another tomorrow, to hunt in the morning, to fish in the evening, to criticize after dinner just as I have in mind, without ever becoming hunter, fisherman, shepherd, or critic. Karl Marx, on the amateur. I can play the lute and the pipe, the harp, the organistrum, the bagpipe, and the tabor. I can throw knives and catch them without cutting myself. I can tell a tale against any man and make love verses for the ladies. I can move tables and juggle with chairs. I can turn somersaults and stand on my head. Medieval entertainer, on the professional. I the play's the thing. Privatization as an obstacle to play can be thought of as primarily a relic of previous eras of status-dominated leisure. Indeed, the immobilization of women, children, and the lower classes harks back to the earlier days of the Industrial Revolution. Wealth, transport, and education are the great liberators here. But we have also inherited obstacles to leisure from the Puritan wing of inner direction, which succeeded in destroying or subverting a whole historic spectrum of gregarious fun-making, sport, drama, feast days, and other ceremonial escapes. Even those ceremonies that survive, or have been newly invented, such as the 4th of July or Halloween, have had to meet, if not the critique of Puritan asceticism, then the critique of Puritan rationalism, from which young children have been precariously exempted. For many adults our holidays make work out of fun-making or gift-giving which we have neither the wit to welcome nor the courage to refuse. We know holidays are calculated steps in the distributive economy and that new holidays, example Mother's Day, are foisted on us. There are more commercially sponsored weeks than there are weeks in the year. Here Puritanism has proved an Indian giver. It not only gives priority to work and distribution but, what is more, takes back the niggardly holidays it gives us. The scars that Puritanism has left on the American, and not only on the Philadelphian, Sunday are well known. It may take a long time before the damage done to play during the era depending on inner direction can be repaired. In the meantime other direction has added new hazards. The other directed man approaches play, as he approaches so many other areas of life, without the inhibitions but also without the protections of his inner directed predecessor. Beset as he is with the responsibility for the mood of the play group, he might like to fall back on fixed and objective ceremonials, and to some extent he does so. It is a common mistake to assume that American city dwellers are wholly without rituals. Our various drinks, our various card and parlor games, our various sports, and our public entertainments all can be arranged in a series from the less to the more intimate, the less to the more fluctuating, innovational, and subjective. Even so, the responsibility of all to all, that each join in the fun and involve himself at a similar level of subjectivity, interferes with spontaneous sociability in the very effort to invoke it. Above all, perhaps, this groupiness shuts off the privacy which the other directed man, engaged in personalizing in his work, requires, without often knowing it, in his play. Just because he feels guilty if he is not contributing to the fun of the group, he needs to learn to distinguish between the loneliness he understandably fears and the privacy he might occasionally choose. We have seen that children learn early in their lives that they must have no secrets from companionable peers and adults, and this includes their use of leisure. This is perhaps to be expected from the other directed, who care more for the mood and manner of doing things than for what is done, who feel worse about an exclusion from others' consciousness than about any violation of property or pride, and who will tolerate almost any misdeed so long as it is not concealed from them. Presumably, parents who want their children to become autonomous may help them very much by letting them learn they have the right to make their choices, by lying if necessary, between those situations in which they wish to be intimate with others and those in which intimacy is merely the demand of an authority, parental or groupish. Obviously an individual who needs, for the autonomous use of leisure, both play which is private, reverie-filled, and fantasy-rich, and play which is sociable, even ceremonial, has a hard time combating all at once the privatizations we have inherited and the personalizations we have newly elaborated. These are very general considerations, and they must be supplemented by reminding ourselves of the continuing consequences, both for work and play, of the Great Depression. The Depression did not lead to a redefinition of work but on the contrary made work seem not only precious but problematic. Precious because problematic. It is significant that we have now taken full employment, rather than full non-employment, or leisure, as the economic goal to which we cling in desperation. This is not surprising when we realize how stunted were the play opportunities for the man unemployed in the Depression. We could see then, in the clearest form, how often leisure is defined as a permissive residue left over from the demands of work time. Even financially adequate relief could not remove this moral blockage of play, any more than retirement pay can remove it for the forcibly retired oldsters. For the prestige of work operates as a badge entitling the holder to draw on the society's resources. Even the adolescent who is engaged in producing himself suffers emotional discomfort if he cannot demonstrate that he is at work or training assiduously for narrowly defined work aims. In sum, taking together the young, the unemployed, the post-employment old, the housewife, and the guilty featherbedders, not to speak of the idle rich, we may have a great number who more or less unconsciously feel some uneasiness in play because by cultural definition the right to play belongs to those who work. The same industrial advance which has given us a sometimes intolerable freedom from work has also operated to introduce unprecedented specialization into the area of play, with similar ambiguous consequences for many technologically unemployed players. The varied capacities of the medieval entertainer whose boast is quoted at the chapter head include some amiable virtuosities. But they would hardly get him a billing on the RKO circuit or television today, and he would certainly not be good enough for Ringling Brothers. The amateur player has to compete with professionals who are far more professional than ever before. Can he tell Laurence Olivier how to play Hamlet, as Hamlet himself could get away with telling the professional players how not to do it? We saw in part that, while the inner-directed man held on tenaciously to his competence as a player at least in his downward escapes, the other-directed man is faced with and oppressed by virtuosity from the omnipresent media wherever he turns. Thus it looks as if the task of restoring competence to play is almost, if not quite, as difficult as that of restoring it to work. While a change in income relations, or even in the organization of industry, might make for fairer distribution of leisure and a lessening of guilts, it could not of itself teach men how to play who have historically forgotten how and who have turned the business over to professionals. Are we right, then, in supposing that play offers any easier channels to autonomy than work? Are not both equally alienated? I think it is not unreasonable to believe that various types of competence, as yet hardly recognized, are being built up in the play of the other directed, in the face of all the obstacles we have listed. Some of these skills, such as craftsmanship, have old foundations, others, such as consumership, have new aspects. Even taste exchanging, that intangible product of the play work of the other directed peer groups, can be seen as a training ground for leisure. Perhaps there is more competence at play than meets the eye, less passivity, less manipulation, less shoddiness than is usually charged. 2. The forms of competence. Consumership, postgraduate course. The mass media serve as tutors in how to consume, and if we are looking for straws in the wind, we can begin there. To my mind, it is symptomatic that a number of recent movies can be interpreted as encouraging new styles in leisure and in domesticity among men, with the implication that freedom from their peers will help them to increase their own competence as consumers and encourage their development toward autonomy. In Letter to Three Wives and Everybody Does It, the hero, Paul Douglas, is represented as a power seeker with hair on his chest who is making the one-class jump, the jump from lower middle class to upper middle class, which still propels much of our economic and social life. The one-class jumper, caught as he is between a peer group he has left and another he has not quite achieved, is usually too insecure, too driven, to be a good candidate for autonomy. Douglas begins with a stereotyped, inner-directed tone of toughness and insensitivity, but ends up by discovering new angles in his own complex emotions when he learns, in Everybody Does It, that the singing talent being sought by his socialite would-be canary wife is actually his own. This discovery may constitute a commentary on the fact that men need no longer delegate artistic sensibilities to wives seeking culture as status or as career, but can, if they wish, enjoy them as part of their own competence, a new twist, and one that James M. Cain and the Sheenerists must have been perfectly aware of, in the old comedy dilemma of the man who meets and surpasses the gentlemanly norms of his new, upper-class peer group. Still other comedies of manners of recent years tackle a similar theme of peer-free competence from a different perspective. They portray with sympathy the style of a man who allows himself the luxury of being a generalist at life, self-educated, eccentric, near autonomous. In the Mr. Belvedere series, for instance, Clifton Webb is a thinly disguised intellectual and social deviant who is an expert at anything he cares to turn his hand and brain to. Yet, Like Beatrice Lilly, he attains his range of skill and competence only in situations where society permits a high degree of individualism, and he is allowed to create his breathtaking personal style only because of his astonishing dexterity. On one level, the message of the Belvedere movies is quite different from that of the Douglas movies, where a heightened expressiveness is suggested as an attractive extra in life to the ordinary upper-middle-class man and not to the nonconformist. But on another level, the two types of pictures are very much alike. Both seem to be saying, among all the other amusing things they have to say, that the power of the peers can be overcome. Both characterizations give the individual the right to explore and elaborate his own personality and sensitivity with a work-leisure competence that goes beyond the requirements of the peers. Surely the great mass media artists, including the directors, writers, and others behind the scenes who create and promote the artists, make an important contribution to autonomy. The entertainers, in their media, out of their media, and in the never-never land between, exert a constant pressure on the accepted peer groups and suggest new modes of escape from them. The sharpest critics of American movies are likely to forget this too easily. In their concentration on the indubitable failures of quality in Hollywood movies, they sometimes miss the point that the movies have multiplied the choices in styles of life and leisure available to millions. Even the fan who imitates the casual manner of Humphrey Bogart or the fearless energetic pride of Katharine Hepburn may in the process be emancipating himself or herself from a narrow-minded peer group. Or, to take another instance, it seems likely that the wild, fantastic suspiciousness of W.C. Fields may have served many in his audience as a support to their own doubts concerning the unquestioned value of smooth amiability and friendliness. I believe that the movies, in many unexpected ways, are liberating agents, and that they need defense against indiscriminate highbrow criticism as well as against the ever-ready veto groups who want the movies to tutor their audiences in all the pious virtues the home and school have failed to inculcate. One of these virtues is activity as such, and much current rejection of the movies symbolizes a blanket rejection of our allegedly passive popular culture. By contrast, the critics are likely to place their bets on activities that are individualistic and involve personal participation. For instance, craftsmanship. The possibilities of craftsmanship. The Belvedere movies happen to be flashing satire on competence and craftsmanship, in much the way that the admirable Crichton is a satire on competence and class. Today the craftsman often seems eccentric because of his fanatical devotion to his craft or hobby. Mr. Belvedere uses his various craft skills to flaunt and enjoy his eccentricity, to rub it in. In this sense, his style of life is a new commentary on the question whether competence in hobbies and crafts is on the decline in America. Certainly many people have the leisure and encouragement to pursue crafts who never did before. We are told that the employees at the Hawthorne plant of the Western Electric Company include thousands of active, eager gardeners, that they run an annual hobby show of considerable size and style, that the factory helps bring together amateur photographers, woodcarvers, model builders, the whole countless range of modern hobbyism, in addition, of course, to the usual sports, music, and dramatic groups. But there are no statistics to show whether hobbies that were once privately pursued are now simply taken over as part of the program of the active, indeed world-famous, Industrial Relations Department. Beyond a few careful exploratory works such as the Lundberg, Komarovsky, and McInerney book, Leisure, a Suburban Study, we do not even begin to know whether craftsman-like leisure has developed new meanings in modern America. It seems plausible to assume that the craftsman-like use of leisure has certain compatibilities with the whole way of life of men dependent on inner direction, their attention to the hardness of the material, their relative unconcern and lack of training for the more complex forms of peer group taste exchanging. Moreover, the inner-directed man who carries into his hobby some of his surplus work impulses might find the maintenance of his technical skill playing directly back into his value on the job, making him, for instance, a better and more inventive gadgeteer. Even today, among many skilled workmen, such interchange between the home hobby shop and the plant suggestion box is not by any means a forgotten folkway. But the craft skill is valued more than ever before for its own sake, as in the case of the Sunday painter. The dramatic turn toward craftsman-like hobbies in an advanced economy, in which it pays to cater to the desires of those reacting against mass production, has its own peculiar problems. The conservatism of the craftsman in this aspect, part of the conservatism of play itself, finds its ideals of competence constantly threatened by a series of power tools and hobby products that make it possible for the dub to appear like a professional. The home craftsman of high technical aspirations is better off with a power tool than without one. But how many can retain the spontaneous enthusiasm for craftsmanship in the face of the temptation to have the machine do it better? Some of the ambiguities of contemporary craft hobbyism dependent on a power tool are illustrated by a study of automotive hobbyists, especially the hot rodders. Point 1. In this field, a wide range of standards of technique and design gives room to both the green amateurs and the semi-professional car racers, while all the hobbyists have the comfort of working within an old American tradition of high-level tinkering. Competence and imagination are on the scene in force among the youths who race their quasi-Fords and quasi-Chevrolets on the dry lakes of the Far West, in a continuous competition with the mass-produced standards of Detroit. Among these groups there exists an active and critical attitude toward the Detroit car as it is now built, or as it was built until recently. Here, astonishingly enough, the top commercial product of the country, the Detroit car, far from driving out amateur performance, has only stimulated, perhaps even provoked it. Moreover, the individual who remakes cars according to standards of his own devising is obviously not exploiting any questionable social dividend in his pursuit of leisure, but is doing for himself with what parts and help he can muster on a small bankroll. The very economy of his means helps give the procedure its atmosphere of high competence and high enjoyment. But this field too is becoming professionalized and standardized. The Hot Rod, a magazine founded to cater to the growing number of auto hobbyists, at the same time standardizing their self-image, reports that the business of supplying the amateurs with parts and tools is becoming a big business, some $8 million in 1948. In the meantime, Detroit has found its way to many of the hot rodder power plant notions, if not stripped down body notions. We see looming upon the horizon of the hot rodder much the same fate that has overtaken other forms of amateur competence, not only in the area of crafts and hobbies but, as we shall see below in the instance of jazz, in the area of taste exchange and criticism. Those who seek autonomy through the pursuit of a craft must keep an eye on the peer groups, other than their own immediate one, and on the market, if only to keep out of their way. But this in turn may involve them in a steady search for difficulties in execution and privacies in vocabulary, in some ways, like the mysteries of medieval craftsmen, in order to outdistance the threatening invasion of the crowd. Then what began more or less spontaneously may end up as merely effortful marginal differentiation, with the roots of fantasy torn up by a concern for sheer technique. The paradox of craftsmanship, and of much other play, is that in order to attain any importance as an enlivener of fantasy it must be real. But whenever the craftsman has nourished a real competence, he also tends to call into being an industry and an organization to circumvent the competence, or at least to standardize it. The man whose daily work is glad-handing can often rediscover both his childhood and his inner directed residues by serious craftsmanship. An advertising man, involved all day in personalizing, may spend his weekends in the craftsman-like silences of a boatyard or in sailboat racing, that most inner-directed pursuit where the individual racers independently move toward the goal as if guided by an invisible hand. And yet it is clear that these players may locate themselves in the spectrum of possible craft activities for reasons that have nothing to do with the search either for competence or for the more distant goal of autonomy. It is important to see the limitations of the answer of craftsmanship, because otherwise we may be tempted to place more stock in it than is warranted. This temptation is particularly strong among those who try to deal with the challenge of modern leisure by filling it with styles of play drawn from the past in Europe or America. Indeed, there is a widespread trend today to warn Americans against relaxing in the featherbed of plenty, in the pulpy recreations of popular culture, in the delights of bar and coke bar, and so on. In these warnings any leisure that looks easy is suspect, and craftsmanship does not look easy. The other directed man in the upper social strata often finds a certain appeal in taking the side of craftsmanship against consumption. Yet in general it is a blind alley for the other-directed man to try to adapt his styles in leisure to those which grew out of an earlier character and an earlier social situation. In the process he is almost certain to become a caricature. This revivalist tendency is particularly clear in the type of energetic craft hobbyist we might term the folk dancer. The folk dancer is often an other-directed urbanite or suburbanite who, in search of an inner-directed stance, becomes artsy and craftsy in his recreations and consumer tastes. He goes native, with or without regional variations. He shuts out the mass media as best he can. He never wearies of attacking from the pulpit of his English bicycle the plush and chrome of the new model cars. He is proud of not listening to the radio, and television is his bugbear. The vogue of the folk dancer is real testimony to people's search for meaningful, creative leisure, as is, too, the revival of craftsmanship. The folk dancer wants something better but does not know where to look for it. He abandons the utopian possibilities of the future because, in his hatred of the American present, as he interprets it, he is driven to fall back on the vain effort to resuscitate the European or American past as a model for play. Like many other people who carry the ancestor within of an inner-directed character and ideology, he fears the dangerous avalanche of leisure that is coming down on the Americans. In this fear the folk dancer is near cousin to a number of other contemporary critics who, though genuinely concerned with autonomy, have no hope of finding it in play, not even, for the most part, in the hard play of crafts or sports. These critics go the folk dancer one better, they look to experiences of enforced hardship in work, or even to social and individual catastrophe, as the only practicable source of group cohesion and individual strength of character. They see men as able to summon and develop their resources only in an extreme or frontier situation, and they would regard my program for the life of Riley in an economy of leisure as inviting psychological disintegration and social danger. Hating the softness of the personnel, not seeing how much of this represents a characterological advance they want to restore, artificially, in extreme cases, even by resort to war, to the hardness of the material. That catastrophes do sometimes evoke unsuspected potentialities in people, potentialities which can then be used for further growth toward autonomy, is undeniable. A serious illness may give a man pause, a time for reverie and resolution. He may recover, as the hero, Laskell, does in Lionel Trilling's novel The Middle of the Journey. He may die, as does the Russian official in Tolstoy's short story The Death of Ivan Ilyich, who near death, confronts himself and his wasted life honestly for the first time. And the swath of the last war does offer repeated evidence that not only individuals but whole groups and communities can benefit from hardship, where not too overwhelming. An example is reported by Robert K. Merton, Patricia Salter West, and Marie Jahoda in their, unpublished, study of a war workers' housing community in New Jersey. The war workers found themselves living in a jerry-built morass, without communal facilities, without drainage, without a store. Challenged by their circumstances, they responded by energetic improvisation and managed, against all kinds of obstacles, to make a decent, livable, even a lively community for themselves. The dispiriting sequel is familiar. The community, its major problems of sheer existence surmounted, became less interesting to live in. Its cooperative store, built by so much energetic and ingenious effort, folded up. When one reflects on such instances, one realizes that emergencies in a modern society help recreate social forms into which people can with justification pour their energies. People need justification and, as inner direction wanes, look for it in the social situation rather than within themselves. European and Asian visitors tell Americans that we must learn to enjoy idleness. They criticize alternately our Puritan idealism and the so-called materialism which is a byproduct of it. This is not too helpful, for if we are to become autonomous, we must proceed in harmony with our history and character, and these assign us a certain sequence of developmental tasks and pleasures. What we need, then, is a reinterpretation which will allow us to focus on individual character development. The Puritan demands no longer needed to spur industrial and political organization. We need to realize that each life is an emergency, which only happens once, and the saving of which, in terms of character, justifies care and effort. Then, perhaps, we will not need to run to a war or a fire because the daily grist of life itself is not felt as sufficiently challenging, or because external threats and demands can narcotize for us our anxiety about the quality and meaning of individual existence. The newer criticism in the realm of taste. Craftsmanship, whatever part it may play in the leisure of an individual or a group, is obviously not a complete solution to the problems of leisure among the would-be autonomous. While the inner-directed man could solace himself in these pursuits, the other-directed man in search of autonomy has no choice but to pass into and through to transcend taste exchanging, that characteristic process by which the other-directed person relates himself to the peer groups. Once he has traversed this stage successfully, he may be able to value and develop his own standards of taste, even to criticize the taste-making operations in the society as a whole. We have already discussed the negative side of this process, the fact, for example, that the other-directed man feels a mistake in taste as a reflection on his self, or at least on what he conceives to be the most vital part of his self, his radar, and that taste exchanging is consequently often harried and desperate. But now we must look at the positive side of taste exchanging, the fact that it is also a tremendous experiment, perhaps the most strategic one, in American adult education. The taste of the most advanced sections of the population is ever more rapidly diffused. Perhaps life is the most striking agent in this process to strata formerly excluded from all but the most primitive exercise of taste, and who are now taught to appreciate, and discriminate between varieties of modern architecture, modern furniture, and modern art, not to speak of the artistic achievements of other times. Point 3. Of course, all the other directed processes we have described play a central role in this development, but I am convinced that real and satisfying competence in taste also increases at the same time. It is interesting to note how old-fashioned American movies of only 20 years ago appear to a contemporary audience. In part, again, this is caused only by changes in film conventions, but in far greater measure, it is the product of an amazingly rapid growth of sophistication as to human motivation and behavior among movie makers and their audience. The speed with which the gradient of taste is being climbed has escaped many critics of the popular arts, who fail to observe not only how good American movies, popular novels, and magazines frequently are, but also how energetic and understanding are some of the comments of the amateur taste exchangers, who seem at first glance to be part of a very passive, uncreative audience. One of the most interesting examples of this is jazz criticism. I speak here not of such critics as Wilder, Hobson and Panessy, but of the large number of young people who, all over the country, greeted jazz affectionately and criticized it fondly, on a level of discourse far removed from the facile vocabulary of sincerity or swell. These people found in jazz, as others have found in the movies or the comic strips, an art form not previously classified by the connoisseurs, the school system, or the official culture. They resisted, often violently, and occasionally with success, the effort of the popular music industry itself to ticket its products, in the very form of their choices: preference for combos over star soloists, preference for improvisation, distrust of smooth arrangers. They set up their own standards in opposition to standardization. Much like the hot rodders, they developed their own language and culture to go with their new skill. Here again, as with the hot rodders, the verbal craftsmanship of jazz lovers' taste exchange could not long continue to develop among isolated peer groups. Jazz has long since been parceled out by a cult or a series of cults using increasingly exacting aesthetic criteria, which have often become ends in themselves. Unwilling to see that taste exchanging in popular audiences often is the basis for increasing competence in criticism, writers on popular culture generally view jazz, soap opera, the movies, and television with the same horror with which the inner-directed man was urged to view the brothel and burlesque. Essentially, this critique of mass culture is the same as the critique of mass production. But what the critics often fail to observe is that, while in its earlier stages mass production did drive out fine handicrafts and debased taste, We have now a situation better termed class mass production, where our industrial machine has become flexible enough to turn out objects of even greater variety and quality than in the handicraft era. Likewise, the critics of the mass media may fail to observe that, while their first consequences were often destructive of older values, we have today a situation in which it is economically possible for the first time in history to distribute first-class novels and non-fiction, paintings, music, and movies to audiences that can fit them into patterns of great individuality. It is these developments which suggest to me that the process of taste exchanging holds the promise of transcending itself and becoming something quite different, and hence contributing to the development of autonomy in other-directed man. 3. The avocational counselors. To bring the individual into unfrightening contact with the new range of opportunities in consumption often requires some guides and signposts. In our urban, specialized society, it may demand avocational counselors. Avocational counseling may seem like a rather clinical term with which to describe the activities undertaken by a number of relatively rapidly growing professions in the United States, including travel agents, hotel men, resort directors, sports teachers and coaches, teachers of the arts, including dancing teachers, and so on. But there are also many counselors who supply advice on play and leisure as a kind of byproduct of some other transaction. The interior decorator, for instance, seems at first glance to belong in a different occupational group from the dude ranch social director. To be sure, most clients of the interior decorator may be looking for the correct design for conspicuous display. But beyond these functions may lie a realm in which the interior decorator is looked to for more basic domestic rearrangements that can facilitate a more comfortable leisure life, more colorful literally and figuratively. The sale of the decorating service may conceal the sale of this significant intangible. This function is perhaps even more evident in the work of the domestic architect for the upper middle class client. True, like the decorator, he still counsels his clients in providing the correct public facade. But a generation ago he would not have dreamed of counseling his clients about the functional interior relationships in the dwelling in terms of anything more than gracious living. Today, however, the architect, by interior and exterior planning, can lead as well as follow his clients. Through him and his views there filters a variety of tastes, inclinations, social schemes, as in easily rearranged living rooms, leisure time ecologies that scarcely existed a generation ago. The architect and, beyond him, the city planner brings together opportunities of leisure that might otherwise remain subdivided among a score of specialists. Another set of avocational counselors is clustered around the chronological center of American leisure habits, the vacation. The vacation itself, frequently involving the meeting of others who are not members of one's own peer group and who may be located outside one's own experience with the social structure, may be considered as dramatic a symbol of the encounters among people in the population phase of incipient decline as the marketplace was in the population phase of transitional growth. To be sure, with high wages millions of Americans spend their vacations hunting animals rather than people, other millions putter about that restorative residue of earlier eras, the house and garden. But increasingly the vacation serves as a time and place for bringing those who have leisure and money to buy in contact with those who have a skill to sell riding, swimming, painting, dancing, and so on. But of course avocational counseling here, except perhaps for ship and shore recreational directors, is usually trying to sell a commodity or a service rather than to help the individual find what he wants and might want. It is easy to foresee, in the next decades, a great expansion among the avocational counselors. The objection remains that to turn the other-directed man over to an avocational counselor to teach him competence in play is merely to increase the very dependence which keeps him other-directed rather than autonomous. Will not any effort at planning of play rob him of such spontaneity and privacy as he may still retain? This is certainly one possible effect. We can counter it by doing our best to make the avocational counselors as good and as available as possible. The avocational counselor might stimulate, even provoke, the other-directed person to more imaginative play by helping him realize how very important for his own development toward autonomy play is. 4. Freeing the child market. Up to now we have talked of what might be done to increase the competence at play of adults, and quite ignored the realities and possibilities of play for children. Yet it is quite clear that it is childhood experience that will be most important in making possible true adult competence at play. Without any intention of exhausting the subject, I want to suggest a more or less fantastic model to stimulate thinking about what might be done, here and now, to alter some of those aspects of children's play which, as we pointed out in Chapter 3, now so often serve to inhibit autonomy. The proposal I want to make should interest producers and advertisers addressing themselves to a child market. I would like to suggest that they set up a fund for the experimental creation of model consumer economies among children. For example, scrip might be issued to groups of children, allowing them to patronize some central store, a kind of everyday World's Fair where a variety of luxury goods ranging from rare foods to musical instruments would be available for their purchase. At this point of sale there would stand market researchers, able and willing to help children make their selections but having no particularly frightening charisma or overbearing charm or any interest on the employer's side in pushing one thing rather than another. The point of these experiment stations would be to reveal something about what happens to childhood taste when it is given a free track away from the taste gradients and reasons, as well as freedom from the financial hobbles of a given peer group. In precisely such situations children might find the opportunity to criticize and reshape in their own minds the values of objects. In the free store they would find private alcoves where they might enjoy books and music, candy and comics, in some privacy, for it would be interesting to see whether children who had had the luck to express themselves through free consumer choice released from ethnic and class and peer group limitations, might develop into much more imaginative critics of the leisure economy than most adults of today are. One can conceive of other such model economies of abundance in which every effort would be made, on an experimental basis, to free children and other privatized people from group and media pressure. Indeed, market research has for many years seemed to me one of the most promising channels for democratic control of our economy. Market researchers know as well as anyone that their methods need not be used simply to manipulate people into buying the goods and cultural definitions that already exist or to dress them up in marginal differentiations, but can be employed to find out not so much what people want but what with liberated fantasy they might want. 5 Without mock UPS and pilot models people rarely enough make this leap in the imagination. 16. Autonomy and utopia. Time, events, or the unaided individual action of the mind will sometimes undermine or destroy an opinion, without any outward sign of the change. It has not been openly assailed, no conspiracy has been formed to make war on it, but its followers one by one noiselessly secede, day by day a few of them abandon it, until at last it is only professed by a minority. In this state it will still continue to prevail. As its enemies remain mute or only interchange their thoughts by stealth, they are themselves unaware for a long period that a great revolution has actually been effected, and in this state of uncertainty they take no steps, they observe one another and are silent. The majority have ceased to believe what they believed before, but they still affect to believe, and this empty phantom of public opinion is strong enough to chill innovators and to keep them silent and at a respectful distance. Tocqueville, Democracy in America. In these last chapters I have set forth some thoughts about the middle-class world of work and play, in the hope of finding ways in which a more autonomous type of social character might develop. I cannot be satisfied that I have moved very far along these lines. It is difficult enough to consider how we may remove the barriers of false personalization and enforced privatization. It is enormously more difficult to descry, after these barriers are overcome, what in man may lead him to autonomy, or to invent and create the means that will help him to autonomy. In the end, our few suggestions are paltry ones, and we can only conclude our discussion by saying that a vastly greater stream of creative, utopian thinking is needed before we can see more clearly the goal we dimly suggest by the word autonomy. The reader who recalls our beginnings with the large, blind movements of population growth and economic and technological change may ask whether we seriously expect utopian thinking, no matter how inspired, to counter whatever fate for man these movements have in store. Indeed, I believe that only certain ideas will be generated and catch on, under any given socio-economic conditions. And character, with all its intractabilities and self-reproducing tendencies, will largely dictate the way ideas are received. But despite the massed obstacles to change inherent in social structure and character structure, I believe that ideas can make a decisive historical contribution. Marx, who himself denied that ideas are very important and dismissed the utopian speculations of his predecessor socialists, himself supplied an irrefutable example of the power of ideas in history. As we all know, he did not leave the working class to be emancipated only by events. In his alternate role as propagandist, he tried himself to shape the ideological and institutional environment in which workers would live. I think we need to insist today on bringing to consciousness the kind of environments that Marx dismissed as utopian, in contrast to the mechanical and passive approach to the possibilities of man's environment that he helped, in his most influential works, to foster. However, since we live in a time of disenchantment, such thinking, where it is rational in aim and method and not simply escapism, is not easy. It is easier to concentrate on programs for choosing among lesser evils. We are well aware of the damned wantlessness of the poor. The rich, as well, as I have tried to show in this book, have inhibited their claims for a decent world. Both rich and poor avoid any goals, personal or social, that seem out of step with peer group aspirations. The politically operative inside dopester seldom commits himself to aims beyond those that common sense proposes to him. Actually, however, in a dynamic political context, it is the modest, commonsensical goals of the insiders and the constructive critics that are unattainable. It often seems that the retention of a given status quo is a modest hope. Many lawyers, political scientists, and economists occupy themselves by suggesting the minimal changes which are necessary to stand still, yet today this hope is almost invariably disappointed. The status quo proves the most illusory of goals. Is it conceivable that these economically privileged Americans will someday wake up to the fact that they overconform? Wake up to the discovery that a host of behavioral rituals are the result, not of an inescapable social imperative but of an image of society that, though false, provides certain secondary gains for the people who believe in it? Since character structure is, if anything, even more tenacious than social structure, such an awakening is exceedingly unlikely, and we know that many thinkers before us have seen the false dawns of freedom while their compatriots stubbornly continued to close their eyes to the alternatives that were, in principle, available. But to put the question may at least raise doubts in the minds of some. Occasionally city planners put such questions. They comprise perhaps the most important professional group to become reasonably weary of the cultural definitions that are systematically trotted out to rationalize the inadequacies of city life today, for the well-to-do as well as for the poor. With their imagination and bounteous approach they have become, to some extent, the guardians of our liberal and progressive political tradition, as this is increasingly displaced from state and national politics. In their best work, we see expressed in physical form a view of life which is not narrowly job-minded. It is a view of the city as a setting for leisure and amenity as well as for work. But at present the power of the local veto groups puts even the most imaginative of city planners under great pressure to show that they are practical, hard-headed fellows, barely to be distinguished from traffic engineers. However, just as there is in my opinion a greater variety of attitudes toward leisure in contemporary America than appears on the surface, so also the sources of utopian political thinking may be hidden and constantly changing, constantly disguising themselves. While political curiosity and interest have been largely driven out of the accepted sphere of the political in recent years by the focus of the press and of the more responsible sectors of public life on crisis, people may, in what is left of their private lives, be nurturing newly critical and creative standards. If these people are not straitjacketed before they get started by the elaboration and forced feeding of a set of official doctrines, people may someday learn to buy not only packages of groceries or books but the larger package of a neighborhood, a society, and a way of life. If the other directed people should discover how much needless work they do, discover that their own thoughts and their own lives are quite as interesting as other people's, that, indeed, they no more assuage their loneliness in a crowd of peers than one can assuage one's thirst by drinking sea water, then we might expect them to become more attentive to their own feelings and aspirations. This possibility may sound remote, and perhaps it is. But undeniably many currents of change in America escape the notice of the reporters of this best reported nation on earth. We have inadequate indexes for the things we would like to find out, especially about such intangibles as character, political styles, and the uses of leisure. America is not only big and rich, it is mysterious, and its capacity for the humorous or ironical concealment of its interests matches that of the legendary inscrutable Chinese. By the same token, what my collaborators and I have to say may be very wide of the mark. Inevitably, our own character, our own geography, our own illusions, limit our view. But while I have said many things in this book of which I am unsure, of one thing I am sure, the enormous potentialities for diversity in nature's bounty and men's capacity to differentiate their experience can become valued by the individual himself, so that he will not be tempted and coerced into adjustment or, failing adjustment, into anomie. The idea that men are created free and equal is both true and misleading. Men are created different, they lose their social freedom and their individual autonomy in seeking to become like each other.